All right, well, welcome in. As you can see, a little different setup here. We're doing our top 100. Well, at least Cory and me are. We've got the significant others. I have my wife, Mandy, here, and she'll be giving snide remarks about my list. And so, Cory, why don't you introduce yourself?
All right, what's going on? So it's been a couple years, right, since we've done this. I want to say 2 or 3 years.
I think more like 4, but
close to it.
It's been a while.
To it. So I'm Cory. I have my significant other here, Guadalupe. She's also going to be doing some input as far as on the games that we have. Starting to get her into games as far as we've progressed our relationship. I'm sure same thing on this side. So it's going to be a little fun. Hopefully we can find some games that maybe sounds interesting to them. Maybe we can get some input on some games that they hear about and maybe want to play, or see their opinions on where our specific games fall that they have played. See how that falls out. So we'll go from there.
All right. Well, and thank you for joining us. It might be a little bit of a long one, but we're going to move as quick as we can. I'm going to kick it off with my number 100, and that is Forbidden Island. So
interesting.
Yeah, it's fallen down a bit, but kind of light co-op. I think it's a good intro co-op. Something that's real accessible to lots of people, but it can scale up in difficulty if you want a real challenge. And, with tiles coming off the board, it actually has some tension there at the end. So I think it's a good one.
Cool. So as far as in my top, I'm curious why you didn't do Forbidden Desert. I like Forbidden Desert more, but
it might have an appearance later.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right, so my number 100 is going to be Final Girl. So Final Girl is a re-implementation of Hostage Negotiator, basically a horror theme, dealing with like the final girl in the horror movie, killing the, I guess, Halloween or Jason or whatever it may be. There's a bunch of different themes, so you just basically, that is a solitaire. It is a strictly solitaire game, but pretty fun game.
Nice. Haven't played that, but seems interesting. My number 99 is Catacombs.
Okay.
Kind of one versus all flicking dexterity game.
Yep.
An oldie for me. I got it when I was in college. One that I had a group that took it so seriously we would get a camera to record and then watch playback sometimes to see if did that disc actually hit another one.
I can see that.
Yeah, I know. It prevented a lot of arguments. But I think it was good theming. I didn't get the second edition. I don't like rebuying games. But what I have is fun. I think it's good, enjoyable, and for that little dungeon crawl dexterity mix, I think there's a lot there to like.
It's been a while since I played that with you.
Yeah.
It's been a while. And I know they did the Catacombs like re-implementation as well, the second edition or third edition. I was curious they did that on Kickstarter years after the original one. And I almost jumped in on it, but decided not to because I was backing a lot of other games at the time.
It does happen.
Cool. So then number 99 for me is going to be Loop Inc.
Ooh.
So that one's a pretty big brain burner. That one's time travel. As far as the theme, you basically play through it and then reset with basically you're building your time machine and then you play through it building that time machine which does specific things and then you reset and have to build those time machines again but avoid doing the same things so your past self doesn't interact with your future self. You have to do that 3 separate times. Pretty big brain burner. But you have to do that 3 separate times. You have to visit specific places in the world throughout history. Again, without going to the same place twice so you don't run into yourself. You get benefits for going to the place first before someone else because you all work for a time travel company that's trying to take people on tours to different places in history. So Really cool game. It's been a really long time since I played it. I know we played it
We did.
once or twice before.
I enjoyed that one.
It's a really good one. That's number 99, Loop Inc.
Okay. My number 98 is Seasons. This is kind of a resource gathering and use them to do stuff. But it's all based on dice rolling and then dice drafting. The cool thing is the dice change based on the time of year in the game. And whatever dies left has a certain number of dots on it, which advance the number of months. So even that last player gets a choice of how quickly do I want things to move. And I don't think there's ever truly bad choices in the game. I haven't explored enough of it to really understand the full depth of the game, but I like every time I've played it, it leaves me thinking about something, and games that stick with me, even though I haven't played this for, maybe 5 years. There's just something there that makes me want to come back to it.
Have you played this or seen it? Because I think you own it, right?
I do.
No, I haven't played it, but it sounds like one of the more interesting ones that you present.
It is a little bit lengthy.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I didn't play it with you. I played it with Kelly Abbott years ago. Probably 6 years ago at this point.
I don't mind lengthy as long as it's fun.
Yeah, that's true. I like the artwork and stuff. Really good.
Yeah, really great artwork.
Cool. So my number 98, Forbidden Island / Forbidden Deserts.
Okay.
So I combined the two as far as into one. I mentioned it already that I prefer Forbidden Desert over Forbidden Island. That's essentially the second in the trilogy of Forbidden games. I still haven't played Forbidden Sky. I do own it, but I haven't played Forbidden Sky yet. Forbidden Desert I like because it's a step up from the Forbidden Island as far as like meatiness, I guess you could say. But Forbidden Island's a good intro. I would probably play Forbidden Island first as far as with you.
Forbidden Desert, you just get bogged down in too much.
Yeah. I like the additional mechanics involved with the stacking of the what's it called, the sand, and then the moving stuff. It's kind of the flip side of the removing the tiles. But yeah, I really like that game. I combined the two together. Number 98 is Forbidden Island / Forbidden Deserts. Don't know about Forbidden Sky yet.
Okay, I like it. My number 97 is Cupcake Academy.
I've heard of it. Never
This
seen
is.
it.
See, she laughs. This is multiplayer Towers of Hanoi, where you're
Okay.
So
I'm interested. I love
My
Towers.
sister loves this
it's
game.
the puzzle where you can only stack, in this case, bigger things on top of smaller things. Because
So it's opposite.
you have different sized cupcake wrappers, and they need to cover up smaller ones. And there's a card that's presented to you as a group, and you have to move things to get each player to only be showing those things. And there's one central tile that you can use to pass stuff across from each other. It is chaotic, it is thinky, but it never feels like way too thinky.
Just anxiety intensive.
There you go. Anxiety intensive. I like that phrase. But a lot of fun if you like cooperative puzzle solving in a very quick way.
See that? Towers of Hanoi, I definitely like just that. Down at my aunt's house, they have a bunch of 3 pillars, and it's just for your sake. It's 3 specific pillars and then bigger size rings, and then you have to essentially move the stack of rings from one to the other, with bigger ring on the bottom, smallest ring on the top. But you can't place these bigger rings on top of the smaller rings, so you have to do a lot of kind of moving back and forth to get it to where it needs to be. So yeah, definitely cool. That sounds pretty cool. I'll have to check out. So now we're at number 97, right?
Yep.
I had to bump a couple games down because the document's a little weird. So my number 97 is going to be Gwent.
Ooh. Okay.
So Gwent is from The Witcher. It's actually a video game. But they actually took it's a game you could play within the video game, which is like a role-playing video game. And you can go around and have matches against NPCs in the video game with these decks that you collect. Mm-hmm. You collect the different cards for the deck over the course of the game to make your decks better. You can buy them from different shopkeepers and stuff. But they turned it into, I know PlayStation came out with Gwent just by itself, as far as the card game just by itself, and it's almost identical to the way it plays out in the video game. And then later on, they released actual like card decks, which are identical to the card decks in the video game, and you can actually like play it on the table with the cards. So I have both the Nilfgaard and Northern Realms decks. I think there's one more that I don't have, but probably the best made-up game within a video game that I've ever seen. It plays, I'd say, similar to like Magic or some of those like PvP battle 1 versus 1 types of games. Super fun. Haven't played in a while, but again.
Pre-constructed or deck builder?
So you construct your own deck.
Okay, so constructible.
Yep, constructible. You have limitations on how many of each card you can put in the decks.
Okay.
But yeah, you're basically battling player versus player.
Makes sense. Okay, cool. My number 96 is Castle Panic or Star Trek Panic. I like Star Trek Panic a little more. I think there's just a tiny bit more there, but Castle Panic has the expansions, which add more stuff there. I'm a Star Trek junkie. That's the only way I can describe it. But, again, cooperative, that's something that's featuring a lot here in the early days. And it'll be interspersed as we go. But it's keep the ship in the center from blowing up. You get, in this case, aliens or Castle Panic monsters attacking you from all around, and you have to coordinate card play to attack them in the right way. And it's a bit of a puzzle, and sometimes there's no right answers, and you just got to make the best with bad options sometimes.
Have you played that with me? So you played Castle Panic on its own. We played that at Dan's house, if you remember. The one where they're going towards the middle of the castle. And the walls fall down or whatever.
Yes.
Same thing, just with Star Trek. Mm-hmm. Fun game. Definitely a really fun game. And I actually think I like that one more than I like Castle Panic, personally myself. So, good choice. All right, so we are now on number 97, right?
96.
96, okay. I'm just kind of just go up the list.
Very good.
Birds of a Feather is going to be my next one.
Okay.
So Birds of a Feather is very light game. As far as I bought that a while back.
I remember.
And they did a reprint of that and added another set of birds on Kickstarter early this year. I backed it because I wanted the new birds, and I think I've lost pieces of the deck over like moving and stuff, so it was a cheap, like, $15 Kickstarter that I backed to be able to get the reprint as well as the additional cards that they added. So, really good, just card play into the middle. It's all based on real birds in nature. Another reason I got that originally was because my mom, where she lives up in Washington, she does a lot of like bird watching and stuff. So, I thought it'd be a fun game to play with her because of how light it is. And obviously, again, I'm waiting for the newer deck. Hopefully, that'll come in here soon, and then we'll get to play it again with her. I did play it with her. She did like it years ago. But again, just card play into the middle. Each bird has its seasons that it wants, and the cards that you play. It's almost kind of like War, if I remember correctly. Again, it's been a long time. But I really like that game as far as Birds of a Feather. Haven't played Wingspan. I think that'd be too advanced for my mom.
I don't play that this weekend.
Are you?
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah.
I don't know how to. I think it'd be too advanced for my mom, which is why I wanted to go to the simple card game.
Makes sense.
To play it with her. I'm curious. I'd have to play Wingspan to see if she would get into it. I know you would probably like Birds of a Feather. We'll have to play it sometime.
Yeah. Okay, good pick. My number 95 is Bang the Dice Game. say, oddly, I don't much care for the card game. I feel like it just goes on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
But the dice game, it's hidden roles where the only person you know is the sheriff. And then you have a role. You can either be a deputy protecting the sheriff, you can be an outlaw trying to kill the sheriff, or you can be the renegade who's trying to kill everybody else and then kill the sheriff. But that suspicion of who's who, and then throw dice in the mix, where sometimes you get dice and you're forced to do what the dice said. There's that plausible deniability there. It just creates for some good chaos, and the dice game doesn't overstay its welcome. I think the longest game I've played of this was maybe 35, 40 minutes. And that's like the one time it went super long. Most games are 20 to 30 minutes, tops. But yeah, I don't play as much hidden roles as I used to. Gosh, there was a time we were doing resistance and
All the time.
bang dice like 3 to 10 times a night.
Mm-hmm.
Or over the course of a week. But it was bang dice is still a really solid game when you want to go that route.
It's pretty light too, so you can play multiple.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody takes it too seriously when they're eliminated because you got to sit around and watch the game for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh well.
We haven't played that as far as us two, but definitely a good game for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so my next pick is going to be Revolution. So Revolution is a Steve Jackson game. It's bidding, and you're bidding on areas that are going to give you essentially like ability or buffs for the following rounds. And essentially you have 3 types of bidding. You have one is worse than the other, and then the next is better than the middle one. So you have limits on how many of those you get, and again, based on the stuff you have in the board. I can't remember. I think it's like a fist, gold, and like a bomb. So more of I think the bomb is, or maybe it's the gold, is the highest impact resource. And you can exchange so many of the small ones for the mediums and so many of the mediums for the small ones or for the most valuable ones. And essentially it's blind bidding, so you put so many in your hand to bid for something and then you reveal, and whoever has the highest total based on those 3 combinations and how much you use for all of them, that's who wins the auction. So pretty fun game. Actually, that's one that's still at this house versus at my storage somewhere around here. Bigger groups, it fits the expansion, allows you to play it up to 6 players, I think. The base game only allows you to play it 4. So I like the flexibility between the 4 and 6. I prefer it at 5 is actually probably my preference. So I do like to bring in the expansion, which brings one other area onto the board to bid for as well. But yeah, really fun game. It's been a while since I played that. A lot of these actually I haven't played in a while because I've been playing specific games you'll see higher up on the list multiple times, over and over again. But yeah, it's going to be, what is it? Revolution.
Yeah, 95. I think I played that once with you.
Red Box?
Yeah. It all seems familiar. My number 94 is Smash Up.
Interesting.
Maybe higher on your list. We'll see. This is one you pick 2 factions. What I mean by that, you could have zombie dinosaurs. They each have a small deck. Take those 2 decks, shuffle them up. Now you're playing the zombie dinosaurs, and it's essentially card play to these areas in the center of the board, and you play until the total of cards meets a limit on that area, and then you figure out first, second, third place on there. You get points. Not a complicated game by any means, but or not each, but a lot of cards have abilities that change things, and just kind of a fun card game that you don't take too seriously. Reason it's a little lower on the list, it can overstay its welcome. With 4, I think with like 2 people, it's pretty snappy. So,
even 3 players.
Even 3, it does play pretty snappy. But it's definitely a game you don't overthink. You just kind of look at your hand and you say, oh, I'll play this. And you can only play 1 creature and 1 action a turn. So it really isn't too much.
Your options are limited. The thinking really comes into the order you do things
Yep.
in.
And where you're playing stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, it's all about trying to get to 15 points. And how are you going to do that? Can you sneak in and score second place points somewhere where you weren't really even there? That's the big trick with Smash Up.
We played that at Dan's house. Myself, Cody, and Dan, when you and Rachel were, I think, watching a movie or something. So you may have heard Smash Up. I have a pretty big box with all the different card dividers in it. They have like Marvel Smash Up. I just saw they have Disney Smash Up.
Yeah, Pretty Princess.
Out of your 100 big boxes, I know.
Disney Princess or Disney Smash Up's the only one I don't have currently.
Oh goodness.
But I do like the theming and the combinations. The combinations like granny ninjas and all kinds of crazy stuff, which is cool. So awesome. All right, so number 94 for me, 93. 94.
Yeah.
Again, I had to bump. There's actually one more game I'm going to have to bump off because there's 2 I don't have on this ranking list. But number 94 for me is going to be Dinosaur Island. So Dinosaur Island, that's a recent play of mine. Literally that game's been out now for a while. Played it up at a cabin retreat that we went up to with Eric. She had went to sleep. It was myself. Wait, did you play? I think you went to sleep. It was myself, I think Serena, Eric, and Cody. I think we're the 4 people that we started at super late at night. So we were playing that till like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, goodness.
I want to say we started at like 1 o'clock. It was crazy.
Oh.
But it was a really good game. I'm glad that I actually, because I had been wanting to play it for a while. I just didn't want to invest the money in buying it.
I get that, yeah.
With like Jurassic Park, hearing about how it's very similar to Jurassic Park. Played it again a little bit later on, but super fun game. Pretty fun. Again, it's newer on my list. This is actually new to my list compared to previous lists that we've done 4 or 5 years ago. I think Dinosaur Island had just came out or was coming out the last time we did a list or top 100. That's made it onto my number 94, Dinosaur Islands.
That's on my want to play list. Haven't had the chance.
So it's a lengthy game, so you'll have to set aside some time to do it. Clearly. And we added like all of the expansion modules in it too, which made it even longer.
Are you insane? I think you might be. My number 93 is High Society. And this game fits the theme perfectly. It is a game you are trying to use your money to acquire the most stuff. Auction game. Very simple, right? And you would think, oh, I get the most stuff. I win. But the big catch is, if you spend the most money, you automatically lose.
No, you're thinking QE.
And it's, okay, a game like QE might be better. I don't know. I haven't played it. But High Society plays pretty quick. Some of the auctions can get a little crazy. Sometimes it's a bluff. Sometimes you're okay spending that much money. I have seen somebody pay $20 million for like a 4 value painting. Because they really needed it.
For their combo. Because you're set collecting, aren't you?
No, there's a 1, 2, 3, there's a 1 through 10, and then double multipliers, and then all the negative cards. Yeah.
I don't know if
I didn't say it was a good idea, but it happens. But yeah, High Society, my number 93, I love the twist of get a lot of stuff, but don't spend the most money.
Yeah,
it's a good twist.
That's a good one. All right. So number 93 for me, we were actually just talking about this game recently, For Sale. So For Sale, another light card game as far as you're playing through bidding on houses. And once you bid, or once you get your houses, basically you're trying to make, don't you flip them after?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. You're flipping the houses thereafter and trying to make the most money off of the houses you bid on at the start of the game. So it essentially plays in 2 phases. We were just talking about this game actually before we got the video together, but I respect and I like the simplicity of it, as well as the game kind of speed, and I feel like I could pretty much throw that in with anybody who's not familiar with games, and they do just fine. It's similar to some other games that may or may not be on my list later on, but I really like that game as far as For Sale.
Yeah. My number 92 is Love Letter. Now, this is a game I don't feel like I hear anybody talking about.
Or Hate Letter.
Really? Hate Letter? Going that strong already? We're still in the 90s, man. Save it for later. Now, I think Batman Love Letter might be the best. Because there were just different ways to get points. Yeah. But Love Letter is a very small, contained game. Only 8 possibilities of cards, multiple copies of some. But you're either trying to use cards to eliminate every other player or be the last one left with a card in your hand. Very simple idea, but just the interplay between the different abilities on cards works. And it works so well. And it really is kind of a bluffing game of what are you left with. I don't know. It's tough to describe, but it's so short and satisfying, and the powers just all come together.
Yeah.
So that's why it's on my list. It definitely has fallen down in since the last time we did a list, but it's still on my top 100.
As far as out of all the games we've mentioned, I think that's the simplest out of all of them.
Oh yeah. Very simple.
And it's probably the quickest out of all of them.
Yeah, at least
mentioned so far.
At least a round.
Yeah. So definitely a really good game to, again, introduce people as a gateway game, right, to gaming. But yeah, that's another one I haven't probably played. The last time I played it was probably one of the times you played it.
Oh, goodness.
So as far as with you. But yeah, definitely a good one. I know they've came out with a bunch of different expansions or a bunch of different reskins of the theme, like Batman and some other ones. But
Thanos, with the Infinity Gems. Basically, find a theme you're interested. There's a love letter for it.
Yep.
And yeah,
cool, awesome. All right, so my next one, we are now on 92, is going to be. Where am I on the list? Is going to be Ticket to Ride. Yeah.
Ouch, that low.
Ticket
that
to
really
Ride.
hurt. Yes, it should not be that low.
So, so Ticket to Ride is going to be the next one on the list.
Wow.
It's going to be number 92.
Why is it that low?
I've played it so much that I've gotten tired of it. We recently got Ticket to Ride Europe.
Okay.
Within the last, two months or so? 2 or 3 months? Europe?
We got it back in May.
Yeah. So it's been a couple months. We've only played that version, I believe, twice.
Okay.
And then we lent it out to a friend's that they don't typically game, but the boyfriend loves trains.
Okay.
So we were like, hey, here's a game that you may get allowed, because we've invited them to some of the game nights before. Again, they don't game really at all. And they've mentioned, we would be interested in playing your game. So then that's where I lent it
Get
to
the
them.
hook in, yeah.
Right. But I think last time we talked to them, they still have yet to play it. So it's kind of just sitting at their house. But yeah, I that did reinvigorate some, I guess, interest or love for the game. We had just got done playing one of the other expansions. I got my mom New York, Ticket to Ride New York, or we bought it up in Washington and then played it with her. I didn't take it back. I left it up there with her. So that was a good re-implementation. But again, I played it so much that at this point, like, there's a lot more games that I have an itching or irking to play at any given time. So Ticket to Ride, number 91.
Fair enough.
92.
92.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. My number 91 is Spectre Ops. This is another one versus all hidden movement game. Bit of powers. Different characters on the hunter team. So it's one player's trying to run through this base on the board, get to 3 objective locations, and get out. And the rest of the players are trying to stop them from doing that. They have different powers to do it. I've played on both sides. I like being the hunters. I like being the secret agent trying to get through. It's tough.
I'm just looking at Randy's face
What?
as you talk about your passion for Spectre Ops.
But it's a game I went. It's a game I went probably 8 years without playing. It's a game, even once I brought it back up, I went, I'm okay with it. I'm happy to play it. I love the design that's there, but I don't need to keep playing it a lot.
That makes sense.
It's
still in your top 100.
It's still in my top 100. I still think it's a great game. I still think it's probably, at least as far as I've played, the best hidden movement game. I'm open to different ideas. I've been told there's some better ones out there. I'm looking into those because it's a system I like. It's just, and I like the theme too. Breaking into a hidden facility is just kind of fun.
That's cool.
But yeah, so Spectre Ops, my 91.
Awesome. Number 91 for me is going to be Mission Red Planet.
Okay.
So Mission Red Planet, 2nd edition. This was in my previous one, and I am probably going to sound very similar to what I said about in the previous top 100 we did. Talking about how 2nd edition went. Originally in the 1st edition, you counted up for cards, and then in the 2nd edition, you count down for cards. So they essentially flipped the 1 with the 10 and the 2 with the 9 to make it seem more thematic. And essentially, what it is it's a worker placement per se, or area. It's an area control type of game. And you have basically everyone has the same set of 10 cards, and you basically play your cards secretly. Everyone plays their cards secretly, and then everyone reveals. And then everybody who has the number 10 card or who has played the number 10 card activates first and does their 10 action, because each number has a ability added to it, which could be add so many people to the spaceship. Place so many people on this area of the board. There's even one where it kills people on the spaceship. So, like the spaceship, you blow up the spaceship or whatever. So, you're playing cards and you're going from 10 down to 1. Obviously, the closer to 1 you get, the less, I guess, the stronger the abilities are. And with that one, it's thematic with the 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, blast off kind of thing. But you're playing against everybody, trying to control the most area, and then trying to strategically play your cards, because you don't get those cards back until you play the 1. So the 1 card will get you all of your cards back out of your 10 to 1. So you can continue to play them, but you won't get any card back. If you played your 10, you've lost your 10 until you play your 1 again. So you can kind of predict what's in people's decks too, based on what they've played, and know when they're likely to play their 1 to get their cards back, that kind of stuff. So pretty cool game. They've done, I want to say, the re-implementation was put together like 5 or 6 years ago. I've played it quite a bit as far as right after, but I haven't played it probably in like 3 years. It's a really good game, though.
I played it once. I liked it. But, as I've said, playing it once doesn't let me put it on this list.
Yeah. Number 91, Mission Red Planet.
All right, 10 down, 90 to go. My number 90,
Joy.
And there's only been one game on my list so far that you've played. It's crazy.
All right. My number 90 is King Domino. I think you missed this every time I played it at the Foley's.
Oh, good for me.
It's you're drafting tiles to fill them on a map. You get points for areas that are touching each other. But the cool thing about this is that if you take the lowest valued tile in a round, you get to draft first in the next round. If you take the highest value tile in a round, you have to draft last in the next round. And the higher value tiles, or the higher numbered tiles, are typically the most valuable tiles. Rarer types of land, point multipliers on those types. So it's this struggle of, do I want to draft late here or do I want to draft early because none of these tiles are great so that I've got better choices next round. And you're only drafting I want to think 8 rounds, something like that. Yeah, I think it's 8 rounds. So it's not it's not a huge time commitment or anything, and some quick math at the end, and you figure out who won.
It's a good game.
So, yeah.
Cool. All right, so my number 90, Mansions of Madness, 2nd edition. You guys both shake your heads.
I'm not a fan of the whole theme of the game.
I love it. It's horror.
Yeah, that's the theme I'm not a fan of. Huh.
Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth, Journeys to Middle Earth. Maybe that'll interest you more. Same
Maybe.
mechanics. But yeah, so Mansion of Madness 2nd edition, 1st edition, a lot of people had issues with the clunkiness of it and the continual everything that you had to be involved with as far as to lay out this token, then lay out this token, then lay out this token. 2nd edition basically confines it all to an app. So the app essentially tells you exactly what you need to lay out, where you need to lay it out. So it removes a lot of that clunkiness that was there in the 1st edition. I do have Journeys to Middle Earth. I haven't played it. Watching gameplay videos of it, I think it's probably more inviting than Mansions of Madness. I'm a big story person, a big theme person. So a game with horror and theme in it, it's going to catch me, or it's going to hook me if you have good story in it and you have good as far as themes and stuff going on in it. So really good game. Basically, I guess you would call it a dungeon crawl for the most part.
Kind of, yeah. Okay, so I played Mansions once. I enjoyed the mechanics of the game, at least until the end. I think we all died.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Pretty difficult game, too.
I think our characters are still in a portal somewhere hell adjacent, being devoured by some Lovecraftian creature. But the story was fantastic. And it kept you guessing. Mm-hmm. I give it that. It's great at what it does. Mm-hmm. I don't know that it's for me, and that's fine, right? There's all kinds of stuff for everyone. Mm-hmm. But I understand why you love it.
Yeah, a really good game. As far as with the app, I don't know if I would play it without the app.
No, I would never. Not a game like that.
Pretty fun, pretty good stories, pretty good things to wrap you into the theme. Mm-hmm. So, really like it. It's number 90, Mansions of Madness.
Yeah. All right, my 89 is Quirkle.
You already know his list. So you know his
Not
list.
Entirely.
No, I didn't remember.
Quirkle's fun. I've done it twice. I played it twice.
Yeah, and Quirkle, okay. I think the best way I can describe it is Quirkle is Scrabble for people who don't like word games. It's color and shape matching. There's limits on how many can go in a row. You can only have one of each color if you're matching shapes, or one of each shape if you're matching colors. The whole goal is to get all 6 either 6 of the same shape in the same color or 6 different colors of the same shape. You do that, you get a Quirkle, which is bonus points. It's fun. It's a game we can play. You can play with people of all ages. I think we've had a game with people ranging from like 16 to 80. But you could certainly play this with teenagers or even a little younger than teenagers. They might not grasp the strategy of holding back tiles, but they can certainly play the mechanics of the game. And I think we actually had a game that ended in a tie one time. But yeah, it's fun. There's a lot to like there if you're a color shape matching person with a little puzzle aptitude. So yeah, my 89 Quirkle.
All right, my number 89 is different language for blue.
Azul.
Azul, yes.
Again, that low?
Yep, so 89 is Azul. Azul, pretty good game. I don't know if we've played it. Have we played it? So, Mosaic, essentially you're laying out a mosaic. It's based on a drafting system. As far as to draft it into a row. Once you fill the row, you can build a tile into the mosaic. So I haven't played any of the expansions. I've just played the base game. You say that. I think there's 3 other ones.
Yeah.
Stained glass and gardens. I don't know.
The stained glass one was very interesting.
I feel like just looking at them, they seem like there's not much that's changed. Aside from like the layout of the mosaic.
The diamond one is actually very different.
It is. It's got just different bonuses that you can earn and different ways of thinking about it. Like
because certain tiles become wilds.
Okay.
Yeah, but only wilds at certain times, and then it's interesting.
And there's a round limit in the
Got it. Okay.
diamond one.
Yeah.
I mean, Azul. It's still a really good game.
Azul's great.
Azul's
very
very good.
accessible. The first time we played her grandma one.
Mostly because we didn't understand that the goal was not to end the game. See, we understood how to end the game, and we went ahead and did that. And my grandmother, she's just like, well, that's a pretty tile. I just want to collect it. And we were like, okay.
I think we played it with my mom, and she did the same exact thing, and I think she won the same way.
Yeah. Because you get that color bonus.
Azul, I always feel like I'm doing really well in the game, and then I end up in last place every single time. Not by a short, but by a long shot. It's like, I thought I was doing really, really well, but maybe that's why it's lower on the list, because I haven't gotten close any time, and I always feel really, really good. And then get slapped in the face, but no. Again, it's still a pretty good game. It is 89. I played 700 plus games, 800 plus games.
Well, that's one of the few games where you really want to delay the ending as much as you can.
Yeah. A lot of times I get larger negatives, which put me even further.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be number 89.
Yep. My 88 is a game you may have never even heard of. Marrakesh.
Yes, I've heard of it. I've never played it, nor have I watched any of the videos.
Yeah, so it's a carpet laying game, which is really just a form of area control. But your carpet covers up 2 squares on the board. And anytime you land on someone's carpet, you have to pay them 1 coin for every square that continuous square they control.
Got it.
But after you move, you also get to place a carpet on the board covering 2 spots, but you can't cover someone's carpet completely.
Okay.
So like if I have a 2 square carpet, you can't cover my 2 square carpet, but you can cover one of my 2 squares. And break up a continuous carpet, break it into 2 smaller parts.
You're talking about it, and I'm picturing the game.
Yeah.
The game box cover in my mind.
Yeah.
The scrolling, I guess, it's almost kind of cursive, scribbly title as far as...
So all the ends, the edges and corners kind of wrap around.
Right. And it's like a lighter brown box, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Texas dark brown. Yeah,
I don't know.
That's
We don't
all,
own it?
as you talk
We
about
don't own it. I want to own it, and it's
Yeah.
one that I really want because I really like that game.
But yeah, it's a game you don't think way too much about. You just kind of you decide which way you face because you get to make a turn when you get to turn the figure 90 degrees, maybe 180. I forget.
No, not 180.
So 90 degrees or stay straight, and then roll a die, and you move, and then you pay or don't, and then place a carpet.
Cool.
And then the end game is all just who has the most money.
I think maybe the reason because normally I'm pretty good about watching videos about new games that are coming out that a lot of people are talking about.
I think this is old.
It's an old game, not a new one.
I think they did a reprint. I think.
Yeah.
They did. They
and
did do a reprint.
And it's recent within the last year, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I
They did a reprint through Kickstarter where they did like second edition and they upgraded some of the bits, if I remember. But I remember seeing that one and it just didn't seem like a theme that I was interested in. But the more you talk about it, it sounds pretty interesting. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping to offload that from us.
Oh, I don't think you will.
Oh no, she said she'd give it to us if she can find a copy of the print.
Oh, okay.
Because she was looking to update it.
Anywho, you're 88.
at number 88, my number 88 is Time Stories.
Okay.
So I think it fell off my list the second year we did 20 or top 100.
Yeah.
I believe it fell off the list, and I think I purposefully had it go off the list because we had played everything up until that point. And I was like, well, it's not new. But after thinking about it and doing like lists that we did in videotape in future years, the mechanics I have to just go based on whether it's replayable or not. What joy did I get, and how like looking forward to the next game I had when I was playing it. So I was able, as far as there was one list one year that I didn't have it on it, I believe. Every other year I've had it on it, and it's because I really like the artwork. I really like the story behind it. I keep talking about story.
Yeah.
The different, as far as games, as the seasons went on and the releases went on, it got worse and worse, I felt. Again, I haven't played probably the last 5. I know it ended, if I recall correctly. They officially ended the storyline.
The storyline, and then they came up with a new, like they have a blue season, and then
yeah.
I don't know. I lost track.
I think there's probably 4 or 5 left in the actual like story before the storyline concluded that I haven't played. But again, my favorite part of that entire game is just the panorama pictures.
Yeah.
The artwork in the panorama pictures, and then it brings me back to like Where's Waldo, and like trying to look through the pictures and see is there anything that's going to clue me into anything else, as well as kind of having your specific piece of that panorama when you pull it up and look at the back end of that specific card, and investigate, and then you can't really share much with each other. So that problem solving reminds me a lot about like escape rooms, and I love puzzles. Really good game, Time Stories. I put it back on the list just because of all of those experiences I had while I was playing it heavily.
I do like the specific puzzle solving style of Time Stories.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things, like some of the other games I played with you when I said I didn't like that type, but I like the style of puzzle solving.
I get that.
Makes sense.
I get that. I have more to say about Time Stories later.
No, you don't. Just kidding.
Maybe in like 30 or so games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Sneak peek.
Yeah. All right. My 87 is Jaipur.
I haven't played it.
And Jaipur is a 2-player only trading game. And you wouldn't think those two things go together. But it's because you're essentially trading with a market. And really it's card collection and set collection. And different resources have different values. As you trade in, you get gems. When you're the first, if you trade in the first one, you get the most valuable. But as you trade in more, so like 3 of a kind gets you a bonus chip, 4 of a kind gets you a more valuable bonus chip, and 5 of a kind gets you an even more valuable bonus chip. And then there's, camels? Collecting camels.
Oh, yeah.
And whoever has the most camels gets an even bigger bonus. So there's a lot of ways to score points, and you have to figure out what's worth focusing on, what are you willing to give up. But yeah, that's Jaipur, good 2-player game. Fairly close, back and forth, once both people are comfortable with it. It took us a bit to get there, but then once
I know, we gotta catch up.
I had played it before she did.
But I won.
Interesting.
You won once out of 6 plays. But
Ooh!
the first time we played, I beat you 2. I beat you 2-0.
You win every game that we play all the time.
I wish it was the case.
You know what?
I'm sorry, you're thinking of Lost Cities.
I definitely beat you every time in Lost Cities.
I mean...
Anyway, how about your 87 before I get left here tonight?
Well, I mean, as we talk about fighting and stuff, let's talk about Seven Wonders Duel.
Oh.
So Seven Wonders Duel is my number 87. I actually like it a lot more than Seven Wonders. A lot more. Seven Wonders is good because you can get a large group of people, and it seats well with a large group of people. But Seven Wonders Duel, I like the mechanics within Seven Wonders Duel with the kind of pyramid and the access to only specific sets of the cards. It plays very, very similar to Seven Wonders in that sense. As far as the only limited access kind of simulates the draft cards that are in other people's hands that you'll have access to eventually. But yeah, it's a really good game, Seven Wonders Duel. Again, I prefer it way more than Seven Wonders, so you know that won't be further on my list.
Okay. I do agree with you that Duel is better than Seven Wonders.
Okay.
I'll give you that much.
Interesting. Okay. Seven Wonders Duel.
All right. No, solid game. I like Seven Wonders Duel. All right. My 86 is Caverna.
Interesting.
Now, Mandy will probably mock me and go, wait, you don't actually like that game.
You don't.
Not
but I do.
So, heavy Euros, which I classify Caverna as a reasonably heavy Euro, take work to actually enjoy.
Yep, which is why I hate him.
My challenge with Caverna is that the first time I was exposed to it, it was also everyone else's first time. And I enjoyed it at that point. Then everyone else went and played it a bunch, and then I got to play it again with them. So they all became better at it than I was. And it's not that I hate the game, I guess I dislike playing it with the group that I play with because they're way better at it than I am. They've figured out what works, what doesn't, what buildings to buy, what combos to do, what to do in what order. But as far as Caverna the game, I love that you have these warriors that you can get and upgrade to go do more awesome things. I like that it avoided Agricola's constant need to focus on gathering food to feed your people. It has more ways of getting that food.
So basically, he doesn't like life.
I understand food's a necessity. No, Agricola was just so tight. It's like if you weren't on this path to have multiple workers so you could devote to getting food every 2 turns, you had lost. And Caverna at least gives you some more pathways to victory. So that's why Caverna's there. I really do enjoy the different things it offers in the game.
Let's see that. Cool. All right, so my next on the list, had to drop one off real quick. Heroes Wanted is going to be in my next on the list. As far as Heroes Wanted, I love comics. I love comic book themes. I guess I actually haven't read comics much as an adult. I read them as a child, but as far as in the last 20 years or so, I have not really read comics.
Did you back that comic book game? The one that's literally about collecting comic books? No? Oh, okay. Sorry.
He's like, what game's that?
Just an aside. You're good. Keep going. Heroes Wanted.
But yeah, so Heroes Wanted, I like the twist with it because it's not using, and you'll see this about another game on my list further up, where there's real like replications, I guess, or there's specific things like, for example, comic games. Let's say comic games talking about Batman or talking about whoever.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool and all, but I want to create my own kind of thing. So I want to have my own like story, make out my own story in my mind, that kind of stuff. With Heroes Wanted, it's cool because you get tops of comic book characters that are all made up. You get bottoms of comic book characters that are all made up, and you basically mash the two together to make your comic book hero.
Okay.
And then you get like traits. It's a deck of cards, so that comic book hero has specific traits, which kind of throws something in there where you have to act a specific way with that character, otherwise you get penalized. And then it's a scenario base where you essentially have to be the first one to defuse all the bombs in a specific map or rescue certain amounts of people in a specific map using that specific comic book hero. So really fun game. I really like the combination as far as making up your own superhero after the fact, and it has the names of like maybe it's a shark and just like killer bunnies or whatever.
It sounds fun.
A really fun game. I have most of the expansions there. There's quite a few of them that are out of print that I wish I could get because they add more maps and stuff, more scenarios to it. But really fun game. Heroes Wanted.
Heroes Wanted. Sounds. I think that would be a lot of fun.
She apparently disagrees.
You like those kind of games?
What?
Like to build your own character off of certain traits, like
like role playing games or
yeah.
Because I make up a story in my mind and I go a week later and I'm like, oh, remember when I was Captain Whatever? I was whatever. Yeah, I tell my own story.
Captain Flying Shark?
Yeah, there you go, Captain Flying Shark.
But you can't remember anything in reality.
It's little
Well,
little flippers when it fly.
yeah, that happens. That's
You know how many game rules are in my head? I can't filter the game rules from
4,728.
For 1,720 games, filter those out of favorite flowers that my girlfriend likes.
Pink carnations.
Pink?
Okay, carnations.
All right, let's move on to the next one on the list.
Yeah, 85, Legendary, a Marvel deck building game.
Okay.
My mother's favorite flower.
Yeah. But you still love carnations.
Hey, we're talking about Marvel Legendary deck building game.
Yes.
Pink carnations, got it. I'll make sure to get your mom pink carnations.
Yeah. You know, her birthday's just the day before yours.
I know.
Yeah.
Took this joke really
Shovel.
Yep. Way too far.
All right. So co-op. Well, you should only play it co-op. Please don't make it a competitive game. But if you get expansions, they're mostly all in print. There's a few not. You can play basically any Marvel superhero, build a deck with those characters to defeat any villain in the Marvel universe. And as you'll see, I'm a pretty big fan of deck builders. I like this. I like working together on doing this. I think there's a lot of theme here. I don't know that it's a perfect representation of it, but it works well. And I like variety that exists here. It's a game I don't own, and I probably don't want to own.
So money, cash cow.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. But it's one that if I want to play it, I'll find a way to play it. And if somebody offers me a chance to play it, I'll sit down and play the game.
I prefer the encounters.
Okay.
System.
Alien, Predator.
The encounter system. I think they even did Big Trouble in Little China encounters.
Yeah.
But after Marvel, they changed the mechanics where the sets of cards that you have to attack each round are hidden.
Yeah.
And you have to double. So you have to pay to reveal them and then pay to damage them. They'll naturally reveal when they get to the end of the set or end of the line and then jump into the play area. But I have Predator. I actually still prefer the hidden system more than the revealed system. But as we just talked about, I prefer the IPs as far as like superheroes and stuff. Again, I would rather play Predator or Aliens as well.
I think that's one where maybe with a group of very gamer people, I'll go for the hidden stuff, but with a more relaxed group of people, I want everything face up so we can work it together.
Yep.
Make better plans.
Cool.
All right, you're 85.
All right, so she's going to be mad about this one. We've talked about superheroes. We've talked about stories. I mean, Disney. We talked about how Disney smash up. So this is all Disney themes based on specific females in the Disney's IPs, but twisted versions of them. So, do you know what it is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Twisted Fables.
Twisted Fables.
I can't believe that's so low on your list.
So, Twisted Fables, essentially what it is it's a twisted version of Red Riding Hood, twisted version of, as far as Snow White, Little Mermaid, Mulan.
You have her interest.
Yeah.
I enjoy those types of movies, so I'm interested to see how it translates.
So it's dark.
That's
Very,
okay.
very dark versions
it's
of
one
them.
Of my favorite games. And I know
Um,
why you dislike it so much. It's
Why?
because you lose. You're the first
Yeah.
person to lose.
No.
No, it's because it is a deck builder as well. So the best way to compare it would be as far as like Street Fighter deck builder, meaning it's on a lateral board that you move forward or move backward. There's no like side movements, but you're moving forward towards the other person, just like you're playing Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, just like this. You're moving forwards and backwards to hit each other.
Oh, okay.
And the cards are essentially like movement based. So the starter cards are movement, attack, and defense. And then you can your specific character has their specific deck that goes in 3 piles. Those 3 piles are in a specific order. You can purchase out of your deck, or you can purchase upgrades to the base move, defense, attack. And it's essentially each person has their own health, and it's whoever kills the other one first. So I want to say there's like 8 different Disney princesses. There's 2 in there that I don't. Match Girl, I have no clue where she comes from. Schwarzande.
She's a short. She's from a
Disney short.
Schwarzande, I don't know where she comes from. And then there's one last like Asian, I guess, character, not Mulan, but a different one. I've never heard of those 3, but the other ones are all popular ones that you would know from normal like 60s, 70s, 50s Disney movies and stuff. But Twisted Fables, I like it because of the deck building, as well as kind of the dark theme behind that.
Okay. Well, great. We put something else on her want list. No, that's the point of
It's
this.
a good game.
I'll show after we do the video. I'll
Yeah.
pull a box out so you can look at it.
All right, my 84. This is another one we talked about before the video. Is Escape: Curse of the Temple.
Okay.
Co-op, real time, dice rolling. You got to be in the right mood for it, but I enjoy it. I don't enjoy it all the time. Mandy is not the biggest fan of it, so I'm not sure how long it'll stay up here. But I've had a lot of good times with it. The soundtrack to it is amazing.
It depends on who we play it with.
That too. You got to have people who are quick thinkers and willing to talk in the right way and talk calmly.
I didn't like the group we first played it.
Okay. So yeah. But yeah, if you like dice games and you're okay with real time, this is one to check out.
Granted, she played it, but I don't know that she liked it more than than another frantic game that maybe I'll mention.
Okay.
We'll mention further in the list, but
You better mention.
Oh.
All right, next on my list, I'm gonna just stop saying the numbers because I'm having to shuffle some stuff around.
Yeah, you're good.
Next one on the list is gonna be Cash and Guns Second Edition.
Ooh.
Oh, I hate that game.
So, I love that game.
I hate that
I love
game.
the theme of that game. I love the banter back and forth, as well as kind of the display of pointing a foam gun at somebody to quote unquote threaten them with either a bullet or a blank. You only have, I think, 2 bullets in a 10 deck.
3.
Is it 3 bullets in a 10 card deck, which the other 7 are blanks?
Yeah.
And you play them face down, and there's a pool of a pot in the middle, which is money values and stuff that everyone's trying to collect the most money at the end of the game and not die. So you have your set of 8 cards that you know what you're going for. You play the card or play the blank or bullet face down, and then everyone counts down and then points their foam gun at somebody at the table. Everyone has a special ability which will tweak up their person a little bit more, and then people have the opportunity to back out as far as or stay in if they don't think they're going to get shot. Everyone that backs out doesn't get a choice of the pot. Everyone that stays in either gets shot and doesn't get a choice of the pot, or stays alive and does get a choice of the pot. You do that over 8 rounds, and whoever has the most money and is still alive is the winner. So, again, I love that display. I love kind of the banter that goes back and forth between that, the posturing that happens, and the looks that people give each other when they're playing the game. Super fun game.
Yeah, but if you get killed really quick, that game is really no fun.
It's
And
not fun at all.
yeah, I don't like that game. I don't like the theme of that game. And if you're like the first one out, I feel like it takes too long once you're out.
It depends. I've had times where I've gotten out in like round 3, and that sucks. If you get out in like round 6 or 7, it's not bad.
And it depends on the group. We were just talking about like certain groups are going to be more aggressive than other groups.
Mm-hmm.
Other groups are going to be more strategic than other groups.
I still don't like it.
Really
With
good.
different
It
groups.
did fall off my list.
Interesting.
I think it's good, but it's so group dependent.
Yeah.
I can see that.
It's not bad. All right, my 83 is Power Grid. This is another one of those kind of heavy, crunchy Euros, a lot of math, but it has auctions, it has a map, it has expanding territory. You want to be the first one into a city because it's the cheapest when you're the first in to supply power there. If you come in second, it's going to cost you more money to get there. You got to plan a network because moving from, let's say, San Francisco to Denver costs a certain amount of money because of that distance to lay the power lines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's closer connections than San Francisco to Denver. I don't have the map
Very similar to
memorized.
like Ticket to Ride. Almost.
Kind of.
More advanced, way more advanced.
Way more advanced. But, the auctions there are very, very tight auctions. Every dollar in that game can matter. So how you do everything really makes a difference. And then you got to buy the different fuel types. If you can be the only one in a certain type of fuel, you're at a huge advantage. Mm-hmm. I do not like playing the game with 6 people. I like playing it with, say, 4. Works really well. And it's a very tight game. Not one I play often, but one that when I do play and when I do think about, I find it enjoyable.
It's cool. All right, it's been a long. I've only played that one time myself personally. All right, my next one. You're gonna hate me. We talked about this game earlier tonight. Both of you guys will. Gravwell, Escape from the Ninth Dimension.
It's too low, but I understand.
So Gravwell, really good game. I'm gonna not say much about it because I'm assuming it's somewhere further on the list. But really good game. I've had some good experiences. We will leave it to David to explain that.
Yeah.
Either at the end of the video or somewhere later on.
Yeah, later on. 82 is Forbidden Desert.
Okay.
Now, if you want to combine Forbidden Island and Forbidden Desert, then toss Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle in there at the 100 spot, but
Okay.
I'm just going to say that. I think that's okay. I like Forbidden Desert more for a couple reasons. I think you mentioned a lot of them, but stacking of sand does make it tougher, but also the power-up cards that you get one use of. But it makes for a more advanced game.
Yeah.
Still the same idea. You got to move around. You got to access different parts of the map, and there is a bit of you have to find a piece of info. You have to find a second piece of info, and then you have to go to the spot where those two pieces intersect. And this board's constantly shifting, so you don't lose anything, but you can find inaccessible areas of the map. Again, still cooperative. A lot going on there, but I enjoy Forbidden Desert. I don't know. There are times I'd rather play Forbidden Island, but there's also times...
Some lighter.
Yeah. Trying to teach newer people. But if I'm in a more of a gamer mood, I'm going Desert. Especially now that we've gone through all of Pandemic Legacy. Like, I don't know that base Pandemic's on the table, but Forbidden Desert's different enough that it is. At least
good
that's
one.
open.
Definitely good one.
I want to get it. I don't like Pandemic.
Yeah.
And too close to work, right?
It's too co-op. I don't like.
She likes to jab a knife into everyone's back. And
okay.
That's what it is.
I like every man for themselves.
She likes
kind of
stomping on your
Okay.
face and saying, "I won."
See, here's the thing. When you play co-op, you gotta play with the right people.
You do. You very much do.
And if not, it ruins the experience for you. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
You also have to avoid quarterbacks.
It's
Somebody telling everybody else what to do.
Yeah. So, I just don't like Pandemic.
I actually do like Pandemic. But I'll tell you more later because I know that Pandemic's somewhere on this list.
Yeah.
Oh, it has to be on his list. For sure.
All right. So my next one is going to be Dice Masters.
Well, that's a throwback.
Dice Masters. I was talking about it, and when I was going through the list, I mean, some of this may be jumbled because I haven't played it in so long, and it's like the thirst to want to play it again. Maybe I saw it when passing, and I'm like, oh man, I really missed that game. I had really good experiences with it, and it popped up to my forefront of my mind when I was going through the list. Again, courtesy of Pub Meeple, definitely really good website to kind of go through and help simplify the ranking process.
Link in the comments.
Yeah,
For
definitely.
description. Link
For
in the
sure.
description.
I know I've used my ranking through that every single year. So, Dice Masters, I miss a lot about kind of that's where I first started gaming like heavily was through that specific game. And I'd say gaming heavily in the sense of like in a game group in my local town. And he was actually leading the, as far as the tournaments that they were having.
Yeah.
I went to the store, which was more of like a Magic the Gathering type of store, as far as selling Magic, selling Pokemon, doing tournaments that way. And I went there looking for board games, and I saw that they only had like 5 or 6 board games to buy at the time, and they had just gotten Dice Masters. It was newer, or it was getting more popular, I guess, in when they brought in the DC after the X-Men. And so did a bunch of tournaments with David, bought a bunch of booster packs. I remember going through the booster packs, going back and forth. I've gotten a lot of David's old sets as far as his duplicate copies. So definitely missed that game. Not much as far as I remember how the gameplay works, as far as rolling the dice and then assigning them to attack and defend and such. But aside from that, I think if I pulled it out right now, I'd have to reread through the rulebook again. But again, I really love that as far as the theming, obviously comics, right?
Yeah, well, and I think Dice Masters, because after we stopped the tournaments, I basically didn't pick it up again.
Yeah.
But I think to play it on a
Casual basis?
much more casual basis could certainly be fun.
I stopped after, I think it was Ninja Turtles, the standalone.
Yeah, I think I bought maybe like Justice League, or it was like whenever they brought in Green Arrow and Flash.
Got it.
That was like my last set. But yeah, there's a ton of comic book stuff in there, DC and Marvel. Dungeons and Dragons sets, Yu-Gi-Oh set, all kinds of crazy stuff that I never thought I'd ever get into. But fun. A lot of fun memories there. All right, my 81, and Mandy will like this, is Parade. This is, you are playing cards to a line in the center, and basically the number you play blocks a certain number of cards, and then you have to take anything after that that is the same color or a higher number than what you played, or maybe it's a lower number. Anyways, you have to take cards, and cards hurt you. And so there's a lot of, okay, what do I want this? Do I not want this?
It's the lower number because you like me have to take the zero.
Okay. There. So you got to take everything lower. So sometimes the Parade lineup can be 10, 12, 15 cards long, and the best card you got is a 7, and you're going to have to maybe take 5 cards. And that really hurts.
Yeah.
And there's some weird calculations at the end. There's ways to be exempt from scoring certain cards, or not exempt, but you flip them, and so they lose the number value and they just become a 1.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a very interesting game. It's themed towards generic fairy tale, or no,
it's
Alice.
in
It's Alice. Yeah, sorry.
It's got the Cheshire Cat on the...
Yeah, it's Alice in Wonderland. I actually really like the game. It was really fun.
Yeah, we learned it and then went out and bought a copy.
Yeah.
It was on my wish list for a while, among 700 other games.
Oh, yeah.
When I was going through my whole splurge of watching top 100 videos, top 10 videos, learning about just the variety of games out there. And then it got lost in the shuffle, so I never bought it. It's a cheaper game, so...
It is.
I'm sure I can get... If you guys own it, I'd definitely be interested in trying it.
Oh, yeah.
Sometime.
And I'd say it's one...
And it doesn't take too terribly long either, so it's
Right.
not going to be super time-consuming.
But it's definitely one to play before you run out and buy it, given how many games you have.
Yeah. Well, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so my next one is... While you were talking about that again, I opened up notes to start writing down the things that I've shifted up and things that I still need to put in. Ones that have already been removed have already been removed at this point. But the next one on the list is going to be No Thanks.
Okay.
We talked about it, so...
We did.
I did mention that I liked For Sale more than No Thanks, and in this list, No Thanks is higher than For Sale.
Okay.
Again, I think they're pretty similar. Once you're higher up in the list, or higher, closer to 100, the games get kind of close, very close in rankings, like difference between 0.05 of a ranking.
Oh, yeah.
When you're looking at them, 7.05 and one 7.10. So I still feel those are very similar as far as how much I like them. No Thanks, that's just, I think that's even quicker. It is even quicker than For Sale. Probably the quickest one on the list so far.
As long as people think quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that one's really good. Just bidding on specific numbers, trying to get runs of numbers. Essentially, if you get a run, you only count the lowest card?
Yeah.
So 7, 8, 9, and 10, you only get a 7. But if you get 7, 8, 10, you have to count the 7 and the 10. And essentially, you're bidding to not take it.
Mm-hmm. Or to make it go around the table again and make everybody else pay.
Correct.
Yeah.
You have so many bid tokens that you have, and you can continue to do it. But if you
run out, you got to take it.
You have to take it, so people can kind of strong arm you into taking cards that you don't necessarily want. Very light, very super light, but really, really fun, quick game. No Thanks.
All right. My 80 is Dice Throne. And I'm sure you're going to talk about it more later.
Maybe.
Well,
I
I'm pretty sure you're going to talk about it more later. I think the best way I will describe it is Gamers Yahtzee. I think it's best as a 2-player game, going back and forth. I know there's ways to play it with more, but you don't need a ton of Dice Throne to make it interesting. You need, I'd say, 4 characters to make it a good game. 6? Maybe 6. Okay, 6 characters.
Just to give you variety.
So find 6 characters.
I think the base sets normally come with 6. The original printing came with 8.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, now they sell them in battle packs where you can get those 6 characters. You can get 2, 2, and 2 if you want to buy them separately and don't want to invest for the full price.
So you can pick a pair you like.
I want to say at this point they're close to 30 characters at this point.
Goodness. Yeah, I only have season 1 stuff, but I'm still happy with what I got. So
I think you own like every version of this game, right?
I may have gotten rid of them.
Anyway,
because I hate the game.
We'll talk about his stuff when we get to his stuff.
All right, so my next on the list is going to be. This one actually has dropped a lot longer, especially in my new rankings I was going through. Gloomhaven.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I want to play Gloomhaven so bad.
So Gloomhaven, it's actually sitting right over there. The big box is. It's actually it's probably one of the cheapest for what you get games out there. There's another one, which I think is somewhere on this list further up, but as far as I think you pay like $95 for literally over 180 hours of gameplay if you want to get down to it. So biggest problem with this game, and I think why this kind of jumps up and down throughout my list, where it could be way high one year and then lower the next year. I think it'll still stay in the 100, but I think the biggest problem with it is the setup and teardown is a mess as far as it takes forever. The games are all, as far as each scenario, is very similar to what you're doing in regards to mechanics. The tracking systems are a bear to manipulate, and handle yourself, as far as like adding health, taking health off, adding this, taking this off. But they've came out with like apps and stuff to make it that much easier, so you don't have to have half of your table space taken up with just tokens. That's actually helps a lot. But again, I know like Frosthaven's coming out. I back that personally myself, even though I have only played probably 14 games of Gloomhaven. And was it your copy? Was it your copy or was it David's? It was Shipper's copy.
Not me.
So I bought Gloomhaven for my own self because I figured the campaign that I had played with another group of people was never going to finish, and I have aspirations one day, especially when I get my board game table and stuff, to maybe just leave that out and then play through it solitaire. Leave it underneath the actual like food table portion of it, and then play it over the course of however long. Play through a solo campaign of it. We'll see. But yeah, really good game. Really good as far as storyline and kind of choose your own adventure legacy.
That it is. It has a great story. I will say that much. It is not on my list.
Frosthaven has better story. It was written by actual
authors.
Authors and So we'll see.
All right, my 79 is Agents of Smersh.
It's still there, huh?
It's still there. You know what? I've done several lists for myself between times we've recorded, and the game completely fallen off.
Interesting.
I didn't even hear about the new version.
I have it. I'll show you.
Until last week.
That's actually the most recent one that showed up at our doorstep. And she's like, "You bought another game?" And I was like, "It's a Kickstarter from 2 years ago."
Yeah. But
no, what game takes 2 years? I was like, You sign
All
up for,
of them.
You sign up for Kickstarter and see, and you know what she signed up for? Godspeed. The game, right? No, you know what it was? A 10-minute miniseries. Cartoon anime. She thought she was signing up for a game, but it was a 10-minute, like, short movie that she's still waiting for to this day.
There you go.
Anyways.
Alright, so yeah, Agents of Smersh.
Really
In a way, kind of choose your own adventure. With a game there, cooperative, but a book. About this thick of a book, 1,000+ encounters, stories to read, flip through, find out what happened. Lots to like there.
We won't talk about it later, so you can say all you want.
Oh, great. We'll talk about that later then. But yeah, something about it as I was doing these last rankings, it just, I wanted to play it. I was thinking about it. It's not a perfect design by any means. But
apparently I haven't played it because it just came in, but they simplified a lot of it and made it more of a game from what it sounds like. So.
But it's like somehow the sum of flawed parts works. Yeah. And if you're looking for a perfect game, no, it's not Agents of Smersh. But if you're looking for a fun time sitting around with friends, having some laughs, having some grown moments of, wait, what? No, our best plans just got torn up by the game. How are we possibly going to recover?
Yeah.
That's the kind of game you're getting with Agents of Smersh.
Yup.
All
It's
right.
a good one. It's definitely a good one.
Yeah.
So we are now there. Alright, so the next one on my list is, I wish Cody was here because he could hear it, Survive Escape from Atlantis.
Oh.
Played that with him. He hates it. With a passion.
I have a love-hate with the game, and I'm currently in a bit of a hate with it.
She doesn't really like it that much either, if I remember.
Yeah, and you've never played.
I haven't played.
I'm happy to play it with her, but we'll see what you think.
It was on discount at Amazon. Bought it for like $15 with the 5 to 6 expansion.
Of course, couldn't pass up a steal.
I mean, when it's games related and it's been on your top 100, you might as well. I like this simplified, and I like the bluffing with the this how simple it is, and the bluffing as far as what of your higher point values when you're going to move, and kind of trying to play those mind games with other people. Make them think that your high point value is headed towards shore, so they demolish that and then sneak your high point value to the other shore. Really good hidden numbers on the bottom of every meeple. You set them up on a board. Everyone does that.
I remember this game. We just played this.
Yeah,
not that long
and
ago.
then you have to jump into the boats, and then you have limited actions where you move the boat or move your people or whatever. Yeah. You take pieces off of the islands, so the islands slowly get smaller and smaller, and there's sharks and whales and whirlpools that'll essentially kill the sailors, per se. Mm-hmm. Your goal is to get the boats to the 4 corners, which are all islands, and score the most points. You're going to try and sabotage and kill the other meeples for the other players, hopefully killing their lowest number, or their highest numbers, their highest points. And then whoever has the most points that have been rescued at the end of the game wins. As far as underneath, they're rescued people that made it offshore.
I do think the game works way better with less people.
How many do we
I'm going to backtrace that. I actually like that game. I liked it.
I know Cody hated it.
Well, yeah, because
I think Rachel didn't like it.
Because Cody's more of a co-op person, where, I'm just not. So
I've played with 5 or 6, and it's
I think we played
terrible.
with 5. We played with 5.
You just don't get enough actions, so there's almost no time to sabotage.
Yeah.
It's just all my actions need to be getting my best guys to the end.
Right.
Yeah.
Then that's it. And if I lose any of them, forget it. My game's over.
I could say that was the downfall of the game. We'll wait later. Too many people.
Yeah.
I might suggest if you play with 5 or 6 4 actions instead of 3. But yeah, that would be my only thing. All right, my 78 is Star Trek 5-Year Mission. This is another co-op. It's dice. I finally had to go buy my own copy.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Getting tired of playing other people's game.
Is it your?
I like that one.
Whose game were you playing?
Yours or
No.
the Star Trek board game? Or,
We were at last year's convention.
Yeah,
is when
the
I
Star
found
Trek
out about
board
this
game
game.
group.
And then I made him go buy it last year. I was like, I like this one. We're gonna get it.
But yeah, and it's Star Trek missions. Series art. Screen grabs.
Yeah.
But it's dice, and it's dice manipulation, and it's character powers, and these are things I like. I like dice, I like powers, I like being able to do that stuff. So that's why that's on the list, and it doesn't take way too long. So yeah, that's my 78.
Awesome. My 78 is going to be K2.
Okay, that's a very you game.
Yeah, so K2, again, theme, right? So you're mountain climbing up a mountain. You all have the same cards, same deck of cards for each player. And each card does specific things. You only get a hand of 3 each time, and you have to play through that entire hand before you get your new set of 3 cards in your deck. And essentially you're trying to get your 2 hikers higher up the mountain than everyone else's. Over the course of the game. There is a weather track where I want to say it's like 18 different weathers, so 18 rounds per se. And the weather is going to change where sometimes if you're over a higher altitude, you're going to need to be in shelter. Otherwise, you're going to lose more oxygen, whatever it may be. So it sounds super complicated but the way I'm explaining it, but the rules are very, very, very simple. Literally, you play a card, do the action, play a card, do the action, until the end of the game where you determine who's gotten their hikers up the highest or their climbers up the highest, and earn the most points. Really good game, K2. What's that? You want to play that one? All right.
My 77 is Sagrada. Dice drafting, placing them into a board. It's called the stained glass game. So
I haven't played that yet.
with different colors of dice, and you can't place a die of the same color next to each other. So it's meant to create different colors on your little board. You get points for doing different things. Every board is a little different, so players are trying to do different things. There's different tools or helpers that you can use throughout the game, and it's just meant to do some interesting things, and not necessarily that every game will be way different than each other, but each game has its own little differences. So, and they balance things by the difficulty of the board. It gives you certain amounts of gems that you get to use for those tool cards. So it's kind of, the more difficult card you have, the more access you have to help. Which is nice.
All right. So my next is going to be not 3, not 2, but just 1. So just 1 is going to be my next one on the list. A party game. Essentially, like, it can go pretty large groups. I want to say it's up to 8, just with the base.
Really like that one.
Just with the base game, and essentially it's one person gets a card that's facing away from them towards everyone else, and you roll dice to select one of the 5 words that are on that card. Everyone then provides one specific word to describe what that word is, and then after everyone's done that, they reveal it. The person who has the card facing away from them has to guess what that word is based on the clues, the 1-word clues that everyone had given. So, pretty fun game. I like word games and stuff. I like that whole guessing. It's quick, super snappy, just one.
I think that might be one that might be interesting to play with my family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on my wish list, and I had thought the same thing.
We got it at Target, right?
I think so.
It's a challenge to find good games for her entire family.
Large group. It's a larger group, and it's cool. Very, very snappy. So simple, very simple. So
I'm just worried that your hive mind would be a downfall.
Actually,
because you actually any duplicate clues are removed.
So if you all think the same way.
So we've
So
got Millie for that.
you have banana,
Yeah.
and if you have banana and two people put yellow, yellow is removed. If you have banana and two people put fruit and two people put yellow, both fruit and yellow are removed.
No, we're more likely to go potassium.
Oh, that's good. So it's good because
Seal,
you can
bread.
get creative with ways to give the clue, and that's the other fun part about it as far as giving clues, thinking about what other people may give, and then how can you piece together clues to get them to what the answer is. Like you may say potassium, somebody may say bread, somebody may say yellow, and all of that separately won't be enough, but all of that together will a lot of times. So that's a fun part about it
I
too.
think Noah and Kylie even played that by themselves.
They did, yeah.
How much they enjoyed it.
Okay. 76. Architects of the West Kingdom.
Okay.
Now this is the only West Kingdom game that I've played.
Mm-hmm.
But I enjoy, for it being a Euro game, it has a lot of player conflict. The biggest thing that I enjoyed was that you can capture other people's pieces, and then they have to pay to get them back. But what you're doing is you're using a limited supply of figures to take actions on spots on the board. And every time you go to a spot again, that spot gets better for you. So the first time you go to the lumber spot, you get 1. But the second time you go, now you get 3. And then the next time you go, now you get 6. Or, I might be messing up the scale, but it just keeps getting better. And so eventually, it's so good for you to go there. Somebody's going to say, no, now I'm kidnapping your guys. And then, so it's very much an efficiency engine. But at some point you go, wait a second, you're too good at doing that thing. I need to stop that. And then now you're good at something and somebody's going to stop you. And, it's this multiplayer stopping thing. So for a lot of Euros where you might fall behind because you're not as efficient, there is that built-in mechanic of somebody's going to stop the most efficient person. So maybe you want to be the second or third or eventual. You're going to be able to be efficient still.
Yeah.
So that's why I like it.
Cool. All right, my next is going to be. There's one I was shuffling. What was it? It's going to be Pasha. Is my next one on the list. So Pasha, I think we played that.
We
I
did.
think you played it as well, right? On my
played
birthday.
that for your birthday.
I think so, but describe it so I can remember which one it
So
is.
Pasha was the one with the the -1 card, the 2, the 3, 5, 7, I think. And you're basically trying to get the highest Yahtzee. I guess it's kind of like a Yahtzee roll, right? Or highest poker hand or straight, whatever. Pairs, three of a kind.
Yahtzee.
On your
Yeah.
I guess it would be Yahtzee.
Yeah, it's Yahtzee.
But you're basically betting on if you're going to specifically win that round or not. Specific point value cards that you have. And then whoever wins the round or gets the best pair gets the highest card that was bet by anybody. Whoever has the lowest gets the lowest point value that was put out by anybody. That's where the negatives come in and become risky, because if you don't win those round and there's 3 negatives, you take all the negatives. As well as kind of that whole mechanic of the additional bonuses if you get a specific number out of the 1 through 6 on the dice in your highest roll, Yahtzee roll, then you can get additional points or get rid of a negative or whatever it may be. So really like that game, super fun. It was super hard to find. I got it from Germany. I bought it from somebody on eBay. It had been on my list for probably, as far as want list, for probably 4+ years. And I finally found someone on Board Game Geek that was selling it from either Germany or somewhere in Europe. And it was for a cheap price at the time, so I ended up buying it. Really good game, Pasha.
I enjoyed that. Great. My 75 is Tumbling Dice. You know, throw in dexterity, dice flicking. Got to keep the die on the target to score any points. I don't know. It kind of borders between game and activity, but
yeah,
you know, so does Catacombs. So does any dexterity game. But I think there's just something fun about dice and targets, and then somebody's got a 6 on that ×4 multiplier, and you're going, I got to knock that off.
Yep. Shuffleboard-ish.
I've only played it with 2. I want to try it with like 3 or 4 people, but
Reminds me of like that octopus game.
Crazy Octopus. I think it's Crazy Octopus. But yeah, no, that's a really good game.
Yeah.
She hasn't played it yet. I've actually never broke it out around. It's a big board. It's probably...
By the time we get through all the board games
board.
in our closet underneath our bed in our living room.
That is at the storage because it's a big box. Literally, it's legit wooden pieces, probably this big, and there are levels that go down kind of in steps. But yeah, it's a good game. Cool. Following up, Pasha, we have. Street Fighter's The Miniatures game. Street Fighter The Miniatures game. She likes that game. We have played that with couples, per se. So we were all kind of given, so Cody did the all-in of Street Fighter's Miniatures game, and it came with pretty much smack ton of Street Fighter's characters. I was more of a Mortal Kombat player growing up, as far as myself. So some of the people I recognize, some of them I don't, as far as in the characters that are in this game, Street Fighters. But it's essentially just a board that you're walking, or you're going around that board, trying to kill the other players, and get benefits from like droppables that happen on the board. So it's been a fun game as far as we have won every single game that we've played of it. The 3 times that we played, I want to say.
Nice.
So seem to do pretty well together, working together on it. I would hope. She carries the team most of the time, all the time. But
smart things to say.
yeah, really fun game. Street Fighter, the miniatures game.
All right. My 74 is Race for the Galaxy. This is a tableau building game, action selection. Lots of different ways to go. Gosh, the first time I played this, the symbols on all of this was a nightmare. Probably said, I'm going to hate this game. Did not understand it well the first time I played.
Yeah.
Kept going at it. Definitely a worthwhile perseverance to enjoy the game. It's come down. I do not play it much at all. But there's still a lot to like with the game. Lots of different ways to win. Peaceful colonization, tech development, warfare.
I'm curious if it's just Race for the Galaxy or if there's rules.
No, it's just Race.
Okay.
I was never the biggest fan.
I don't think
of
I
Roll.
played Race. I played.
Roll is good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't feel like I've been able to play it enough to make a good judgment on it.
Cool. All right. Moving on down the list, we got Star Wars Outer Rim. I haven't played any of the other like big Star Wars games aside from Imperial Assault. Didn't really have a good experience with Imperial Assault.
Okay.
But as far as Outer Rim, that's a really good, again, story. Drives the story. I like, as far as sandbox types of games, just trying to figure out different ways to approach things. But that's a sandbox game. It's you're playing as one of the Star Wars characters, Han Solo, whoever. Actually, no. I think those are people you can meet. Now that I think about it, you have people
Probably.
that relate to them or that play like they would play as a person based on their like characters and stuff. But really good game as far as the stories go, interacting with the different missions and reading out kind of what's going on in that mission and then making the choice on if you want to pursue it or not. Star Wars Outer Rim is really good game.
Okay. Haven't played it. My 73 is Strike. This is press your luck, but toss die into arena, see what happens. You might get more dice back than you started with. You might lose dice. Really simplistic, but yet fun. And people around you might be cheering for you or cheering against you.
Always against.
Always against? Wow.
Never with.
Okay.
It's a fun game. I think it fell off my top 100, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, it's really
Fair.
good.
I understand.
All right, next. Oh, you played it?
No, I said it sounds interesting.
Oh. Yeah, it's literally chuck your dice in there as hard as possible to try and...
Well, it's got to stay in the arena.
I think we played that at your 30th party.
Probably, yeah.
You and I.
Yep. Yeah, no, I like that one. I like Pressure Luck too, so that plays right into that.
Mhm.
All right, my next on the list, you like this game. I don't know if you've played it. Because I feel like you like it a lot, she may have played it, but I don't know that you have it, so she may not have. Deluxe.
I don't have it.
Okay, so Deluxe, it sounds like you like puzzles and stuff. This would be probably a pretty good purchase that you would probably enjoy.
Right.
So it's essentially themed on lighting up the board. So you have chits that are dice chits, so they all sum up to 7. So on one side's 3, the other side's 4. On one side's 1, the other side's 6. Just like dice have that, where it totals up to 7 on opposite sides. They're chits that you pull out of a bag, and then you choose where to place them. What you're going for is area control in that sense, and you have to almost like dominoes and stuff. You have to create like combinations to build your area. You can get hijacked from other players as far as where they place their chip where you were trying to control. You control based on the total pips in the area. So the total pips in the area will show who has the most total in that area to say who's winning it and who's getting points from that area. So very puzzly, very crunchy in that sense, but very simple in the sense of what you do each and every round. It's just crunchy on how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Deluxe.
Yeah, good pick. My 72 is Patchwork. Solid 2-player game. A lot of back and forth. I enjoy that when you take a piece that takes a certain amount of time, game time, and it's not alternating turns, it's turns based on who's further back in time. That's just a good fit. And then it's a puzzle of how do you assemble the pieces you have. I like Tetris, polyominoes type games. I just enjoy that system. So, again, lots to like in Patchwork. Pretty straightforward, but also a lot of how do you make things work without trying to figure every single piece, and you can't possibly plan 10 moves ahead because you don't know what your opponent's doing.
Cool. My next on the list, Dead of Winter. So Dead of Winter, we talked about this before the video. Very similar to a lot of the co-op games out there as far as how you get to the end goal. But the difference of the game, and really the only reason why I like the game, it's unfortunate to say it that way, because it plays long, and I don't like the potential betrayer situation. Everyone has their own different end goal, which kind of pulls people away. Thematically, it makes sense because you're all themed as survivors in a zombie apocalypse in a like warehouse, trying to fight off the zombies, trying to go out and get stuff for your colony. But the thing that I love about this game is the crossroads system. That's really the only story you get in the game. But it's essentially every round the person to your right as you're going pulls the top card off of the deck. And it essentially says, if this player does this thing, read this card. And so it could be like says I, or it could be has their hands on the table for 10 seconds, or if they go to this specific area, do this. And it plays into the story that way, where if you do that, you don't know what they're looking at. If you do that, they reveal what the story says. They show a little story piece, and then you have a little choice. And then it moves forward from there. That plays throughout the games. I love that system, just because of the little interjections of story as you play out this game. So.
Now, have you played with just when you're playing as one colony, or have you played the larger one with the two colonies?
That sounds fun. That sounds like it would be fun.
Both. I'm not sure I'm as big of a fan of the 2 colony one.
Okay.
I don't know. There's some nitpickiness you can do with the rules and exact wording with the 2 colonies. It's like, but
That's funny. Interesting. Yep. Dead of Winter Crossroads game.
Nice.
Number 72.
Yep. Okay, my 71 is Suro. And I know, you're not the biggest fan of it. But it's not meant to be this grandiose game. It's play a tile, follow the path, stay on the board as long as possible. Fly your opponents off the path, off the board, or into each other. That's the whole goal. And it's meant to be a very simple 10 to 20 minute game. And I like it. It's very much a spatial reasoning. How can you stay on the board? Can you plan 1, 2, 3 moves ahead? You have a hand of 3 tiles, mostly. Once there's no tiles left to draw, you got to wait for somebody to be eliminated to get those tiles. And then you go from there.
Did you back the $200?
No! No! I am a simple man with simple tastes in my simple games.
It was a very, 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 very pretty deluxe edition.
I understand that.
No.
But I did not need it.
You don't need, for that simple of a game, you don't need it. But it was really cool. Like, it looked like something you would have found in, like, a tomb. The wood of the like storage box for it was all wood, and it had like professional like manuscript, like wax paper for like the rules and all that stuff. And like the dragons were like metal pieces, or they were like an upgraded like marble. I don't know. It looks super pretty. Probably one of the prettiest simple games I have seen. As far as I wasn't going to pay $200 for that.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
The man does have limits.
I'll pay $200 for like a game that I'm going to get meat out of, but literally it was $200 just to show off to people.
I think you paid that much for your Santa versus whoever on Dice Throne.
No, $200. No, I paid freaking $30 for that.
Yeah, the Suro Deluxe was basically meant for game cafes and YouTubers.
Or to just have, like, you don't play it, you just show it off to people when they come over.
Right.
Hey, you see this game? It came from 300 years ago. Here's the new version of it, and then pull out the regular Suro.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to play.
Yeah, that's what we're going to play.
You're not worthy.
Yeah. No, it's a fun game. I'm curious how you feel about Suro of the Seas, but...
I haven't played it enough. I do like it. I like the changes, but it takes it from being that very elegant, simple game to something you have to think a lot more about, which might help her opinion.
Because I feel like I'm not doing anything in that game. I feel like it's so dumb. It doesn't matter what I do. It's just too simple.
You needed a $200 version for that.
Yeah, followed by a divorce lawyer.
That's fine. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good way to introduce people, but you're already at a gaming level where
no, it's just okay. I don't consider it a game. Okay, honestly, I understand that your point is to stay on the board, but essentially, if you just want to have fun with it, you could give the 2-year-old a piece and say follow the lines.
Yes. And?
I can't play Dead of Winter with a 2-year-old.
It's not very...
That's funny. No, I get you, for sure.
I don't feel like there's a game there.
I think that's why it's fallen off my list, for sure. I love the elegance and the simplicity of it and how fast it is. That's the fastest out of any of these. Even more so than No Thanks.
It can be, yeah.
So far. I'm just going to keep... Do we have one that's faster? No, I think that's probably going to be the fastest out of all.
A round of Love Letter is faster.
All right, so we are now on number...
71.
71.
Yeah. Almost 30 down.
Almost 30 down. She's kept... Escape. The Curse of the Temple.
Okay. Hey, there's the first crossover.
That
took a while.
Yeah, so Escape the Curse of the Temple, that is a crossover we got. For that one, we talked about it. Super frantic. A lot of groups are going to hate it because they don't like the requirement of having to get everything done in 3 minutes. And then get back. And then do it again, everything done in 3 minutes, and then get back. And then one more time, do everything in 3 minutes and be out. That's a lot to throw at people. That a lot of people can hate that. But if you have the right group for it and you have people that you've played with it a lot, the communication gets better. The planning and how you're thinking what that person's going to do so you can plan how you're going to do it. Definitely a really good game. Escape the Curse of the Temple.
Mm-hmm. My 70 is Dixit. This is kind of like apples to apples, but with pictures and a little bit more flexibility because the judge gets to use their creativeness to actually give some kind of thought and not just be like, oh, Abraham Lincoln.
It plays more to the creative mind, the more artsy person.
Right, and as a math person, that's not my strong suit, but I still enjoy that aspect. And Dixit, probably more than any game on this list so far, is a game where I sit there and I go, I don't care if I win or not. I'm just there legit to have fun, to hear the creativeness, to see what people play, to try my best, of course, but to go, oh, okay, that's what you chose. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you got more points than me? Okay.
I like it. I like the clues. Those are some of the funner clues that you get in games. Mm-hmm. Even more than the just one, because there's no limit to the clue that you give.
Right.
Aside from not saying what specifically it is. But yeah, no, that's... And then you give a clue and people are trying to get as close to what that clue is as possible.
Mm-hmm. With limited options.
Yeah, with limited options, you can get some... How the heck did you... That is not even close to what that clue was.
But it's awesome when none of them are anywhere close, and you're like...
There's some really fun encounters that happen there.
And you're like, well, I knew it.
All right, my next. I want to play this again, and you own it. It's hard to get a hold of. Alien Frontiers.
Oh.
So Alien Frontiers is my next on the list. I don't think it's going to be on yours higher up.
Yeah.
So as far as Alien Frontiers, I think it's out of print at this point, which is why it's hard to get a hold of. But there's a lot of cool things with the dice. I like the dice manipulation and kind of the whole like planning out where you're going to place your dice, what dice you're going to use to essentially colonize the planet per se and mine the planet and all that stuff. So
dice placement.
Yep.
Little Yahtzee-esque in terms of, okay, I rolled a straight this time, so I'm going to do here, or I got nothing good, so I'm going down here to work on colonizing. Lots of different stuff going on. I like doing it with a few different expansion modules because I feel like factions where everyone has their own thing they can do also helped. All right, my 69 is The Adventurers, the Temple of Chalk or something like that. I know that's what I thought you were going to say when you're like, game of mine you want to play. It's Indiana Jones, the board game. It really is. It's first thing you do, you got walls closing in on you. Then you're being chased by a boulder. Now you got to cross a lava pit. Oh no, there's a bridge?
Don't step on it.
Oh, you can. You can even jump on the bridge to get rid of some of the planks for the people that might follow you so that it'll break for them, but jump on it too much or have bad dice rolls and you'll fall through it.
Or you just jump into the river and try that route.
Yeah, but good luck getting out.
Before it goes off of a waterfall.
And the whole time you're trying to get as much treasure as you can, but if you don't make it out before the boulder closes the exit, you lost.
I love that they didn't just use like cardboard chits for like the walls, and they actually have like legit molded walls and legit molded boulder. So just bringing back the thoughts of the Indiana Jones scenes and stuff it's pretty simple too. So
I mean, each individual part might take a little explanation, and when you're explaining it to people to start, it's kind of like, wait, what? Huh? And you're like, no. Okay, first thing you're doing is this.
Yep.
That's it.
Cool. All right, my next on the list is going to be City of Kings. We played it once, I think.
Yeah.
Very mathy. As far as it's got, I want to say 7 scenarios that can be played separately or over the course of a campaign. And each scenario is a like minimal increase on the character for the following one. But each scenario is a different type of puzzle. You get experience points by doing specific things on the board. To upgrade your attack or upgrade whatever. The factions are all very variable as far as who you can fight and such throughout the game. But again, it's very mathy as far as how to work through it and how to build just enough attack, just enough health, just enough recovery, just enough defense to be able to survive the puzzle that you're working out. Very mathy, very puzzly. City of Kings. That's going to be next on my list.
Awesome. I remember it. I remember not being the biggest fan, but one play.
Yep.
Hard to totally judge. My 68 is Machi Koro, and I think some of this it's been replaced by a game that does a lot of what it does very similarly. But Machi Koro is still here, and I enjoy Machi Koro. It is tableau building. It's dice rolling. It lets you stack numbers. So if you want to focus on 5s, you can do that. You can buy a bunch of 5s or cards that pay off on 5 and just hope that you can roll 5s. Or you can diversify. There's a lot there. But yeah, Machi Koro, really good pick. Really good game. I enjoyed that, and I know you probably would have it ranked way higher than that. But
This one would be easier.
We played it once.
I bought Machikoro Legacy and I played the first round of it.
Okay.
I think it's 10 games, so I played one of the 10 in the Machikoro Legacy. But I played it up in Washington with my brother and my brother-in-law and my sister. My sister left halfway through. So...
well, we know what she thought of the game.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't play games at all. So us three kind of finished it out, but just from what I got of the first play and kind of seeing what is potentially going to happen based on my experiences in other Legacy games, it seems like it's going to be a good game. The other reason I wanted it or liked it is you can play it after it's fully complete.
Yeah.
You can continue to play it with the game that you built. No games, quote unquote, are going to be the same just based on the choices you make versus another player group with that Legacy game. I want to play through it so I have my own version of Machikoro. I haven't bought my own version of Machikoro because I figured, just get Machikoro Legacy, create your own type of Machikoro, and then play that with people.
Makes sense.
So, that's just my follow-up to your Machikoro.
No, it's all good.
All right, next on my list, no one here has played it aside from me, and I have not played it completely the 4 times I have played it. I've not finished it the 4 times I have played it.
And it made it this high on your list.
And it made it this high on my list.
Okay.
That's a little concerned.
Requires an app,
Okay.
and it's real-world scenarios
Okay.
based on some things I love, which is history.
Okay.
World War II history.
Okay.
Specific types of battles in World War II. Dealing with the water. U-Boots, the board game.
Oh.
So U-Boot, the board game, is a 3D submarine. Literally a 3D, like, cardboard submarine where the middle is the rooms in the submarine. And there is the top of the submarine, which has like a plastic, because I got all the expansions, a plastic, you plugged into the hole in the top of the cardboard, and it's like your gun for that submarine. And you have a periscope that you can put in there. You have your boiler rooms you can put inside there, and your men walk through the submarine. Your little figurines walk through the submarine, and essentially what it is your app is the World War II. So you select a mission, and then it's real time completing that mission, which is stalking a European ship or stalking a European convoy throughout the Pacific. And then you essentially you program your movements. Everyone does their movements, and then you program your actions. There's text that comes through. There's alarms that come through where maybe on your what's it called? Your radar, sonar, whatever you want to call it. You see that there's the ships in front of you, and then you have to activate the people that are in the periscope room to look for them. And you're essentially doing a simulation of U-boat fighting the Allies. You can attack them, so your people in the torpedo room, if you think you have yourself lined up, shoot the torpedo and hopefully hit the boat, sink it. Maybe you don't, and then they find out you're there, so now your alarms go off that they're throwing depth charges into the water, and you have to dive so far down. It's got pretty much everything. There's 4 specific... Think of an advanced Captain Sonar.
Yeah.
Super advanced Captain Sonar.
Yeah.
So there's 4 different roles. There's the captain, there's the sonar person, there's whatever, navigator, and then whatever. And they're all doing their own mini game to execute the things that I'm mentioning. So.
Okay.
Really good game. I've never finished it. You can legit do real time, which is minute by minute, searching for these things, which could be 48 hours. It could be 64 hours. You can program the app to do it real time, or you can speed it up until the next encounter or next occurrence of needing something, shift change or whatever it may be, which is how you would play it. But I haven't finished it because it is a longer game and it takes a lot of setup and people to learn these roles. It would take a couple test throughs before people know the rules and then are able to do it without a lot of time spent in the game. So I just love everything that's as far as the theming and how they put it all together.
Okay. All right. My 67 is Pandemic the Cure. This is Pandemic Dice, basically. It's actually the only Pandemic game I separate from my overall Pandemic entry, just because it's different enough mechanically.
I think I would separate Pandemic from Pandemic Legacy.
Make your own list.
Because...
Make your own list.
Yeah.
All right, so you got dice. Again, cooperative, trying to remove infection dice from 6 areas. Use funding you get from infection dice to buy helpful items to help you be better. Use your character powers and not cause the world to explode in a global pandemic. Might be a little too
That's
on the
never
nose.
happened before.
No, never. Not like in 2019, 2018, 20... No.
It's every 100 years.
Basically.
So she's played that game, not that game. She's played... Cody takes every Pandemic expansion and combines them into one game.
Oh.
So he's worked the Cure into actual Pandemic.
You've got to be kidding me.
And he's worked the other expansions into the actual Pandemic. So literally, if you play Pandemic with him, it's every expansion to Pandemic worked into one Pandemic game.
Okay.
So that's the piece of the Petri dishes where you put the cubes in.
Yeah.
And then you move the cubes to the... I think that's
I
it,
now
right?
understand why you don't like Pandemic.
Yeah.
Don't play that way.
He actually took Pandemic Legacy and formatted Pandemic Legacy for all of the Pandemic the Cure. Built his own campaign for Pandemic Legacy.
Makes sense.
And themed it after 2019. So, it's pretty funny. Alright.
Okay.
My next on the list, Ubongo Duel.
I have played that with you.
It's a fun game.
It is.
Fun game. So that one's... What is it? Not Tetris. What is it? I forget.
Polyominoes.
Polyominoes, I guess.
Yeah.
And you are essentially racing the other person's two-person game.
Mm-hmm.
You're racing the other person to get through the puzzles as quick as possible. The puzzles are essentially... You have an assorted polyominoes, and you have to figure out how 5 of those 30 polyominoes will be the ones that fit to make the puzzle complete. And it's a race. So, really love that game. Really love as far as the opportunities that have went back and forth, or the experiences that have went back and forth between the two people that are playing, myself and the other person, speeding through it, and then trying to beat them. Bongo Duel.
Yeah. All right, 66, Wits and Wagers.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Trivia, where you
It's a
don't
good
have
one.
to be an expert in trivia.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
You just got to be close. It's Price is Right rules.
She's played that.
Get close without going over.
There was this question where it said, how fast does a corkscrew go when it opens? And everybody was like 200 miles.
No.
I was like, wow, that was really like...
60, 70?
Not even.
It was
No,
like 15.
40? Oh.
And I won that game.
Okay.
But it was funny, all of their guesses, because they were just like, wow, your guess is so like unbelievable. And like, if a corkscrew would go like 200 miles,
People would die.
People would die. Like, there would
They'd
nobody
be embedded
popping
in
the
ceilings.
bottle
Yeah.
at a wedding. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
The thought is it starts that and it slows down really, really fast, really, really quickly.
No, physics, no. Mine was like, how many minutes are on a standard CD? Like, capacity.
Yeah.
I think it's like 82. But that was when I got on the nose. I
And
don't
you
know
also met the designer or play tested.
I play tested for Wits and Wagers Party.
So go to play. Anybody order Wits and Wagers Party and open up the rule book, and on the back it'll say special thanks to David Montgomery.
Yeah, play tester, like, yeah. But yeah, that's my, like, one of my play tester credits. I have 3.
The other 2,
Cosmic and Resistance.
Nice.
expansion to Resistance. Yeah.
All right, my next on the list is no one here. You haven't played it. We've thought about playing it. Cody and I have played it together, like thinking if you and Rachel would like it, but we haven't got it to the table yet.
That always makes me laugh.
We're like, do we think that they would like this? Do we think that they would like this? Maybe.
See.
I played this game with Cory and I thought of you, darling.
It always makes me laugh because I'm like, did you really think of me?
No.
Yes.
No.
You are somebody else.
We play test our games
For the ladies
Rachel and Guadalupe's sake, and we make a general consensus. Will they like this game? No? Okay, we'll just play it ourselves.
Yep.
Will they like this game? Yes? Okay, maybe let's throw it out there next time we're together. Chronicles of Crime.
Ugh. I hate that game.
I love it.
So I'm with Mandy.
So fun. This is the exact reason of bringing them in, because now if she's saying it, then hey,
Yeah.
So I like the interactiveness of the scanning the cards and then like having the interaction, choosing what questions you're going to ask on a timer. As well as, like, my favorite part is looking at the crime scenes in the virtual reality, and then trying to observe things, see things. Again, it's basically trying to solve a crime, going to different locations, then scanning the cards with your phone to bring up specific text or bring up specific parts of the story to try and figure out how to solve the crime. So, definitely a really good game. I have only played the base game. I have all the expansions, the newer ones that just came out. But I'm only working my way through the first, like, base game set of cases and stuff. So,
See, I'm just not hugely into. You have a board game that I play on my app, but I have to look at this board game in front of me. But it's really on my app. And then they had such a large list of items that you could choose from. And then we were playing this scenario, and it told us, oh no, it has to be this item, and none of us were like, that item is not in the picture. It's not there. And you're insisting that I use that item? It just... I really didn't like it. It drove me nuts.
There were also like 5 of us playing. It was not the right setup.
Oh, I did not like that.
I think it's good with, like, maybe 3.
Yeah.
3 or 4.
Yeah, I wouldn't want more than 3.
Okay. 65. Ratus. Yeah. New big box coming out.
There's so many games like it.
I do understand that. Bit of area control, bit of player power. But I like that the player powers that exist, you can take from somebody else. But the more powers you have, the more likely you are to die. Or your troops are to die. Because death, this is a game about the Black Plague in Europe, occurs based on tokens that are in areas. And tokens can kill the majority, or it can kill a power symbol, or multiple power symbols. So it's you have to weigh, does this ability help me more than it potentially hurts me? And that's a good, it's a good reminder not to take power just for the sake of having power.
That's funny.
Which I think everyone can benefit from that lesson. Yeah. All right.
My next one, you talked about Caverna. I have a different one. That's not Caverna, not Agricola, but same kind of theme. Farming. Fields of Green.
Okay.
So that's Forbidden Stars. I think it's Forbidden Stars kind of re-implementation. But Fields of Green, you're building basically building a farm, planting different plots in the farm, carrots, corn, whatever. You have to make sure that you build in water connections to them so they get watered over the course of the time. That you're building fences to separate specific things from being hurt by, like, if you have cows or you have pigs or whatever, make sure you're penning them in. Really good game as far as with the varieties and stuff, and I like kind of that it feels like you're actually building a farm, similar to like Haiku, Railroad, or not, SimCity, or some of those types of games. Field of Green, really good game.
It's fine. Alright, we're back after a quick little break. Number 64, at least for me, is Carcassonne. Or Carcassonne. Older game. Gosh, 20 years old at this point, or close to it. Tile placement. Get points, go in cities or roads, make them bigger. Get points that way. Put your guy in a farm, keep him there until the end, get points that way. Lots of other ways to score points, but that's pretty much the simple ways. I think pretty much a fairly accessible game. It was one of the real early, holy gateway trio of games: Catan, Carc, and Ticket. But yeah, I still really enjoy Carcassonne, and I think it still holds up today. And I don't like too many expansions with it. Maybe like Traders and Builders and River. I think those are that makes it a
I think River's
nice,
necessary
complete game.
Yeah,
I don't think Traders and Builders are absolutely necessary, but it does.
There's a reason why
speeds it up.
There's a reason why Carcassonne now comes with River built into it. But yeah, I think you're right. As far as minimal things, just adding a couple extra ways to get points, and that's it.
Yeah.
Cool. My next one, my number 64, is going to be Time's Up.
Okay.
Specifically, Title Recall.
Yeah.
Time's Up, just in general, the Time's Up as a whole, is there's a lot of themes in there that people aren't going to really know. Even in Title Recall, there's stuff, especially like the book titles and stuff, which are a little bit harder to know. But everyone, it's a deck of 40 cards, and it's basically teams versus teams. I think that's the best way to play it, where you are set on a timer and you go through that deck giving clues for the next card in the deck to get your partner to guess it. You go all the way down, and then the receivers of the clues then go through that same deck. That deck of 40 cards is shared with the entire playgroup. So if you go through all 40 of them and not all of the cards have been guessed, then there's going to be some repeats there. It gets easier and easier until the entire deck has been claimed by the teams, and whoever's claimed the most cards wins. So because it's frantic, it's a minute long that you get to name off these clues. There's a lot of frantic, a lot of explanations of clues that you're like, where the heck did you get that clue from? That make it super fun. It's going to be Time's Up, Title Recall 64.
I like it. My 63 is called This Game is Bonkers. This is my, I shouldn't like it. It's not really a game. It's roll and move. But something about it just works. Because you roll your dice, you move your piece. If the spot is unoccupied, you place a tile there to tell you what to do when you get to that spot. So it might be go to start and score a point. It might be go to the next score spot. It might be move backwards 4. And if you get caught in an infinite loop, you score a point, you go to start. And all these things, and it
works.
It's silly. It's silly fun. There's a little bit of tactical thought. It's not meant to be super complicated. And when you get a group, at the end of the night, when you're all tired, but you get into it, you find this burst of energy, and it's just, it's fun.
Is it bonkers?
I wouldn't go that far. That's a bit too far.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right. My next game in the list for 63 is going to be a game that was in my early days of gaming, before I started going to the shop every Thanksgiving, going down south and playing Carcassonne, as well as playing this game, Balderdash. So those were legit, that and then Hand and Foot. Sorry, that's a lot. That's the third one. So Carcassonne, Balderdash, and Hand and Foot. Those 3 games we played every Thanksgiving, time and time again, growing up as a family. And with Balderdash, the clues you give and the ways you try to make people guess that your clue is correct. Essentially, you're given word, with the newer Balderdash, you're given a word, a movie title, a book title, an abbreviation, and a name.
Or a law.
A law, yeah. Maybe it's law, movie, law title, name of a person, abbreviation, and a word. And it's something that people won't know, stuff that's probably not even like popular now. The person who sees it, sees what the answer is and writes down what that means, and then everyone else writes down what they want other people to believe is what it means. And then they get shuffled up, you reveal them, and then everyone votes on which one they think is the real definition, per se. And then most votes, they move forward, you collect points based on that. It's really fun to see the stuff that people come up with. Balderdash, number 63.
My 62 is the Resistance, specifically Avalon. Again, there's a theme. Player powers, player abilities. Gosh, I want to say the last time we did this list, this game was in my top 20. Because we had the group to play it.
Yeah.
Now I don't. Because you need 6, 7 people to play this game well.
You can play it low, but
You can, but five's still the minimum.
you have to have,
Yeah, and it just doesn't work. I played it online for a little bit. It's still not the same. People don't talk.
I imagine.
And people track every piece of info. It's ridiculous. But yeah, this game is social deduction boiled down to the finest limits. And I enjoy that for what it is. Enjoyed it so much I got to play test for Resistance expansion. So, yeah.
Probably Anthony's group,
Probably.
I would assume. Yeah, that's the decent hidden and roll game. All right, my next on the list, counting down from 100 to 1. Pretty thematic. The game.
Oh. Well, hey, that's my 61.
Oh.
That's my next on the list.
Oh, there we go.
So.
Look at that.
So,
Two
hey.
birds with one stone.
Yeah.
So the game, he's going to talk a little bit about it. I'll just talk about what I like. I like the angst that you get of trying to play your cards in order and thinking, have I ran out of every option? We played a specific game of this where 100% of it was correct. As far as we got a perfect score on it. Not losing, because I think you could lose lives, can't you?
No, that's the mind.
That's the mind.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the one we played with Christian. That game came down to the wire.
Yep. And it was like a 55 and a 57, and you had to decide if you were playing or passing.
Yeah.
Because you have to play at least one card when it gets down to the end, but normally it's 2.
Yep.
You have 4 piles to play, 2 going up, 2 going down.
Yep.
It
was a really good game. I don't know if you want to say it.
This is a game I've been able to play with students of mine. I ran an after-school board game group last school year, just to help students get more social skills coming back after COVID, and just some like extension of math into the gaming world, and problem-solving skills. But I use the game as a number manipulation and thinking ahead, what's going to work, what's not. And the fact that I can play it with students who aren't gamers and sit around a table and play with gamers, and people are always frustrated with, but I needed that tile.
Yeah.
It does work. Now I do combine the game and the mind.
Okay.
So this is one entry for the 2.
Okay.
Just because I know they're not exactly the same, but they use the same type of cards. So for me, the mind is a similar idea. You're not talking, you're playing cards, and there's kind of a cadence that gets built. You're not counting in your head, but you're trying to anticipate each other going, well, is this time for my card? It just kind of works. So.
Definitely prefer the game to the mind.
Okay.
Mostly because I prefer games to be social, so I don't like games where you're forced to be quiet.
Yeah.
All right.
So that was your 62, my 61.
Yep.
The game.
My 61 is Sniper Elite. So that one's going to be comparable to one further up on his list,
Back,
closer to
yeah.
100. Yeah.
Earlier in the video.
So Sniper Elite is very comparable to
Spectre Ops.
Spectre Ops. I hated Spectre Ops with a passion.
Yes, you did.
I mean, I never got a chance to play as the one versus the rest. So that could have played. I was always the team trying to find the person that was hidden. There was games I liked more than it, like Mystery at the Abbey and some other ones. But Sniper Elite is a newer release as far as in that section of like hidden movement, trying to find the hidden movement. I've only played it 2-player, so I'm curious how good it's going to be like when you add more players. We've thought about playing it with the girls. Cody and I have thought about playing it with the girls, but we're still unsure on how they would take it. So
Have you really
we
thought
have
of us?
we have actually we played it 3 weeks or 2 weeks in a row, playing both maps that are there. Multiple times in the evening to really try and figure out. I played it like 8 times now on 2 nights. Played 4 one night, 4 another night. So I haven't gotten into the expansion, the other 2 maps that are in the expansions yet. But I've played pretty much every character so far that's available. Hidden movement, trying to figure out, basically the sniper's trying to go around the board secretly and accomplish objectives. He does that by secretly moving and then trying to avoid the Germans who are in that map, trying to prevent him from getting to the objectives. Essentially, you have 6 Germans and 1 sniper. 9 Germans and 1 sniper. There's 3 in each group. And there's 3 groups. And they can shoot, you can shoot back. There is a lot more of that going on than with Spectre Ops, but yeah,
Sure.
Sniper.
I just have to say
Sniper.
that's very considerate of you.
Sniper.
We play a lot of board games to see if I want to play them. I didn't know you had to take so many sacrifices for me.
I don't play
Instead
a
of
lot of
just
board games to
asking
see
me,
if you want to play
hey,
them
would
first.
you like to play this
I do
game?
watch some videos,
You do watch videos.
but I don't actually go and play the games, nor do I go and buy them first. All right, my number 60 is Small World. This is area control, and you have races of fantasy creatures with some kind of an ability, and they get mixed up from game to game. So you might have flying humans in one game, and then the next time you see humans, they might be dragon wielding. So just a lot of changes that informs how many of each race there are, because races have numbers, but powers also have numbers. And every time you are conquered from a territory, you lose a troop. So eventually you have to put your race into decline, like all great civilizations. And so then you get a new combination. And yeah, lots to like in Small World. It's all about scoring points, too. So it's cool. Yeah.
It's been a while since I played that one. Sounds interesting. Should I add it to my to play with Guadalupe list?
Well, I would assume you would have started already a list with how considerate you are. Playing all these games for me
World
to see if I'm going to like them.
dash play. Done. All right. My next on the list is going to be back-to-back elites. This is going to be Project Elite.
Okay.
So Project Elite is in the same vein of Escape the Curse of the Temple, frantic dice throwing. This is on a basically 2-minute timer in 5 rounds. Or maybe it's a 1-minute timer in 8 rounds. I can't remember. You have so many rounds, 1 or 2 minutes per round, and you're basically fighting off waves of aliens. And basically you're rolling the dice every time you roll one of basically the lock die in Escape the Curse of the Temple. That is essentially move an alien closer to your base.
Ooh.
So anytime you roll that, you're moving aliens closer to your base. You're trying to get movement icons to move closer to them, get attack icons to be able to shoot them. You get different types of weapons that have different ranges, different damage. So really cool. It's the more I play it, probably the higher it'll go. Problem is it's very expensive to get a hold of. It's like $100 for just the base game. Missing the second printing when Kaman took over for it. Meant that they're no longer printing it anymore. I would hope that they come up with an expansion further on down the road because they have like 2 or 3 expansions that give you 8 or so other maps to play on, and more villains or more alien types to fight. But I would hope that they come up with another expansion so I can get the rest of the content. Because if I wanted to get the rest of the content that was released in the previous Kickstarter, it'd be like $500 for 2 expansions.
That just hurts.
So, really good game. That is Project Elite.
Okay. My 59 is Baseball Highlights 2045.
Nice.
Yeah, really moved up.
No football?
I know. I have not played it. It's sitting in a box.
Mine's in there too.
Yeah, but
play it once.
I need to play more Baseball Highlights. But it's a game that the very few times I've played it, just really enjoy the flow of the game. It's building a baseball team, playing a baseball game out. But it's in the future, so you have humans, but you also have robots in the major leagues.
But you also have cyborgs.
And then you have, cyborgs, hybrids, doing stuff. And you got to balance all of that. There's a lot in there that... It's kind of a cool what if in baseball. And you can tell from the shirt, I'm a baseball fan. And it's all there. So, yeah, I'd go into more, but really, it's if you like baseball and card games, you're going to like this. And if you don't care for baseball, you're probably not going to care about this.
All right. My next on the list is between 2 games. I'm going to go ahead and go with Cosmic Encounter.
Oh. At least it made your list.
So Cosmic Encounter, I love the variability. I maybe don't play it enough to keep it higher on the list.
No.
I just recently got the Cosmic Encounter Duel within the last 9 months to a year. And then played it a couple times. Played it about 3 or 4 times. I still prefer Cosmic, the main game, better. As far as I know, you had some concerns with Duel, like the whole purpose of Cosmic Encounter is the massive, or the bigger groups and the interactions that happen with those bigger groups. But yeah, I really like as far as the different alien types that you can match up together. Okay, how am I going to figure this out? That allow that game to be so fun. The alliances you can have, the negotiating you can do. Really fun game. Cosmic
Never the same game.
Yep.
That's the great thing. All right, my number 58 is Quadropolis.
Okay.
A little bit of a city building game with tiles, restrictions that'll happen based on where you place and how you draft a tile will block certain things for the next player. 2 types of resources in the game, people and energy or pollution, and you have to balance those things out. There's 2 sides to the game board. There's kind of like a family side, and then there's like the gamer side. The gamer side's definitely much more advanced. There's a couple extra building types to it. But I really enjoy it just on the family side. I think that it's still a game with some depth. But I played on the gamer side too, and I enjoy that. So it's nice to have options built into the game right from the start. So, and I enjoy city building games.
Yeah.
This is not the last city building game
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, we are now on number 58.
58.
58 for me is going to be Cloudspire. Beast of a game, as far as I think it's taking up half, if not a full half bookshelf as far as all the expansion content.
Yeah.
But Cloudspire, it's going to be a chip theory game. It's going to be essentially tower defense. Marching towards the other player's tower to damage it enough, and then marching towards your tower to damage yours enough. Having different troop types, building different turrets that are going to fire at the troops as they mindlessly march towards your tower. Very similar to, I forget what they're called. MMO? No. Maybe?
It's just tower defense games.
Yeah, I guess in general.
Or like Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah. So, made up as far as IP, there's different, what are they called? Groups, factions, different faction types that you can select, and then you draft your militia and draft your different heroes and stuff to help power up your army that's going to try and attack the tower. So, Cloudspire.
Sounds interesting.
It takes forever. I mean, it's a beast to set up, beast to tear down, which is another reason why it doesn't come out enough.
I get that. My 57 is No Thanks. You covered a lot of it. You know, the only thing I have to add there is once you remove some of those cards, you're just hoping that your run's going to get completed. But yeah, the extortion, the management of those chips so that you can pass on the stuff you don't want, big key there. But yeah, No Thanks. I really enjoyed that. And for more, go back and watch what Cory said. So yeah, that's my 57.
All right, my 57, The King's Dilemma.
Oh, that's
so King's Dilemma is going to be my 57. As far as with that one's it's negotiation, maybe a little bit of negotiation, a little bit of
lying, backstabbing, betrayal.
What?
Persuasion.
There you go. Backstabbing. Yeah, voting. So picture like Game of Thrones. Everyone's trying to influence the king to take specific actions for the kingdom, so that it influences the wealth or influences the health, influences the science in the region, and the scales go up and down in those depending on specific actions that the king has taken for the kingdom based on majority votes. Event gets presented, and you know kind of how that's going to sway the kingdom if you go one way or go the other way. Everyone votes on how they want the king to act. And then after that vote is complete, the king acts on whichever one was the majority, and then it changes the where the kingdom currently sits at that point. You're working towards a specific end goal as far as you want the kingdom to be this healthy, this scientific, whatever, and its legacy. So you'll open up things based on the choices you make from previous games for the future game. You'll open up specific envelopes of cards that'll now add to your events that you can encounter over the course of the time. Maybe you killed, the Black Plague happened, and you sent them all to be sentenced to die in the water, and then later on it impacts your soil because all of the corroded bodies now mesh into the farm. Very dark, right? So the water meshes into the farm, and now your people start getting sick because they're feeding off of their farm is feeding off of that water from that river. It has a lot of impactful choices that'll change how the game progresses, and it's like 15 or 16 games. Still haven't finished the campaign, but really good game.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
My 56 is The Crew.
Oh man.
Apparently, I made a mistake. Mistakes have been made.
That is probably the most hated game I've ever played.
Oof. I enjoy co-ops. Apparently, I'm being crucified for my love of co-ops. Apparently, my wife says I'm not good at trick-taking, but I just want to learn. I'm trying to get better. I'm being criticized for that. Have anything to add?
No, baby, you covered it.
Okay, apparently I've covered it. There you go. You're 56?
I love the Crew. It's a very good
There
game.
we go.
Of course you do.
But it did not fall in my top 100.
No.
So I'm stuck at an impasse because I think I'm one behind. So
Oh.
I think I have to remove one more.
Oh, just double up.
There's two more. So I'm going to skip that one. And we're going to do, if I skip that one, it's me at...
The Crew's just such a horrible game.
So I'm currently, technically...
It's so terrible.
What don't you like about
I just don't like the co-op aspect of it. I don't like
I
it.
think, no, I
See-
think I'm good. All right.
Okay.
So
it?
Tom,
But that's why I like, there's other games where I don't mind working with a partner in a game.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, my favorite is Rook, but,
I gotta remove this
that's
one.
like partners against
Oh.
partners. Or at least
Oh.
I pushed it down. So
Yeah.
that puts me here.
Yeah.
But I have two more that I'm adding somewhere in here.
Okay.
I would just say
So that puts
generally
me-
co-ops are not my favorite.
Correct?
I'm okay with some, but
Yeah.
A few, like very few for me. Co-op games.
So, yeah. My next one, since we talked about the Crew, is going to be Tumbling Dice. So,
Yeah.
David did talk about Tumbling Dice. I love dexterity games. There's actually not very many more that I can think of that are on my list, but I have a large, probably the largest collection of dexterity games versus other game mechanics. I don't have any other game mechanic that matches up as much as dexterity games that I have. So,
Okay.
as far as that one, I think of shuffleboard. I think, again, more of a experience than like a game, I guess. But flicking the dice down the steps to try and get it the lowest down the steps as possible for the highest multipliers. And then trying to total it up essentially like horseshoes or whatever as close to, or the highest amount of points as possible. Really good game. Tumbling Dice.
Okay. My 55 is time stories. You talked about time stories.
A little bit.
A little bit. But you know what? You talk about time stories.
I haven't nearly played as much as you.
Yeah, you played. But you loved it.
I do. I do love the game. I like the different types of puzzle solving, and yeah, I just like the setup of it.
Now, time stories has its flaws.
It does. I do get annoyed a lot with like how much you have to restart. That can get rather irritating. But other than that,
But the experiences of time stories, the collective working together to solve these puzzles, thinking you all had it set up to go to the right place because of the clues that they gave you, and then having to spend more time and go, actually, no, I need to go there, and you need to go over there, and you need to be here.
yeah, but see,
It all works, though. It's part of that. It's that classic moment of, okay, wait, no, everybody do something different.
but I'd also like to play it with like a set group. I want to
Yes.
go through it in a set group. I wouldn't want to switch it up a bunch.
Uh-huh. But that's the challenge. Yeah, it always is. But Time Stories is great.
Yeah, really good game.
I mean, there's 54 better games, in my opinion.
I can see that.
But,
I can see that.
yeah.
All right. My next on the list is a game you haven't played.
Huh.
But I'm curious how much you like it. Is it deck building? No. Or like, I don't know. Lawyer Up.
Eat it.
Okay, keep going.
So Lawyer Up is there's three cases, I guess, and you're either the prosecutor or the defendant, and you have your set of 10 witnesses. One of them is obviously the defendant, but you're either the defense lawyer or the prosecuting attorney. And you draft the cards at the start between yourself and the person you're playing against. Then after that, you have your cards, basically card play, to see who can manipulate the jury to swing more towards the defense or swing more towards the prosecutor. With a couple other things that you throw in there, like I like kind of the story behind it when I play it myself, and the people I play with get into it. As far as the judge kind of will favor one over the other depending on, as like a handicap, like a catch-up mechanic.
Okay.
But again, the drafting at the start is really fun. That's like phase 1, and then phase 2 is playing your cards that you drafted into your deck to try and get them to side with yourself over the other side. And end goal is to have more jurors on your side than the opponent's side by the end of the game.
I'm intrigued.
They just released expansion of 3 other ones. Season 2, essentially, which is 3 more cases. Game found last year. Backed it, waiting for that to come in. I definitely shoot. You guys may like it. Shoot it over to you guys. That is lawyer up.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay then.
Rude.
Dissension over here. My 54 is The Fox in the Forest. So everything you have wrong with the crew, The Fox in the Forest fixes. Now it's competitive trick-taking. It's 2-player.
Sort of. I don't necessarily... The reason you like The Fox in the Forest is because...
It has powers.
Which I don't feel is necessary in a trick-taking game.
No, but it's fun.
I like just pure and simple being able to manipulate and outsmart people in a standard trick-taking game.
Yeah, but that
Yeah, but
requires
your
3
favorite
to 6
trick-taking
people.
game is the Rook.
It is.
Uh-huh.
It's like saying my favorite game of all time is Monopoly. Spoiler alert, it's not. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
No.
Way to ruin my list, dude.
Oh, dig it. Just kidding.
Oh, man.
But yeah, The Fox in the Forest, it intrigues me. I lost several times to the trick-taking queen, so I found it online and I had to get better at it, but the AI is more brutal than she is. And I finally beat the AI, and I was like, I about screamed with excitement for that. So, yeah. You want a real challenge, go play the AI in The Fox in the Forest.
You want to play it, I can get it at Target.
It'll kick your butt.
Pretty affordable.
Alright.
My next one, we are now at
54.
Parks.
Okay.
So Parks, really good game. She likes it. She's probably upset that
I
it's
love it.
at 54, not number 1 of all
Very
time.
upset.
Parks, simple game. All national parks. The guy was not a developer. His family was going on trips to try and visit all the national parks in the United States. His parents were. And he created this game. Really good artwork for all of the different national parks in the series. And it's legit all of the national parks in the United States.
Very simple, family friendly.
Pretty family friendly.
Kids
You're just
play
kind
with
of
us.
walking over resource collection to then apply towards the park that you're trying to get, which are all different point values. Higher point values needs more resources to collect it. Play it over 4 rounds, 4
You
seasons
also have your
per se.
individual mission.
What else do you like about it?
Nothing else.
Nothing? Alright.
No, she
It's a
got
good
it.
game. No, Parks is a really good game. I definitely recommend it as like a initiator for people that, not necessarily brand new gamers, but people that have maybe played games.
Like a step
You
up.
know what?
Yeah.
I found that for some people that can be important because the game we've been teaching my mom, she likes purely because of the national parks themes, and she enjoys going to the national parks.
Yeah. Theme does a lot.
Yeah, I would say it's for newcomers. It's very straightforward. Not complicated to understand.
But they do have to have played games, I think, in the past. to be able to.
I would disagree, but we can agree to disagree.
Okay, 53, Formula D. Now, I'm a big Formula One fan.
Mm-hmm.
Probably get somebody in trouble comparing Formula One to Formula D. But anyway, no, I just being able to take something, racing into a board game, you lose the real time, the speed of it, considering it takes about as long as a full race to do one lap in Formula D.
Yeah.
It gets better when people are more familiar with the game, but it's a fun game, and you can do repairs on your car. You got to figure out the right gear to be in and how to take corners. And if you feel risky, you can hit a corner just perfectly. Otherwise, you got to take the slower outer line through the corner. And it's just there's drafting behind another car to get a speed boost. There's just a lot to like about the flow of the game. So if you're at all intrigued by racing, Formula D is a good one to check out. I know Heat is a new one, but I have not played it, so that might be a more modern version of this.
Cool.
But yeah, for me, Formula D is my game of choice.
All right, my number 53 is going to be the Seventh Continent. So, Seventh Continent, again, story. I'll just say story.
Yeah.
And kind of the progressing through it and then identifying or kind of the whole I Spy thing. There's certain stuff on certain cards that you won't realize what they are or mean until further on. So then when you play it again, you're like, oh, I know what that is. They even give you a little magnifying glass to see stuff that's on cards that mean stuff for future later on into the game. But there's multiple scenarios. I've only played the first scenario like 3 different times. I haven't jumped into any of the other scenarios. And all 3 times were with different people. But again, the story and kind of the problem solving and the puzzle in that game, as far as figuring out the conclusion or how to get to the conclusion is the game. They did 7 Citadel. I backed it for $1 and I didn't because it's pretty cost heavy. There's a lot more of other stuff that I wanted. So, 7th Continent.
Nice. Okay, 52, Sushi Go. Yeah. Accessible drafting game. Doesn't take super long, 3 rounds.
Great with kids.
So you say?
I've played it with the Weisses.
Yeah. But yeah, just sushi seems to make sense to people in terms of you want variety or more of the same because you love that type, and that gives you more points. And each type of sushi scores in different ways. Just very accessible drafting. Pass your cards, and don't be left out on certain things because getting done will score you negative points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Sushi Go.
All right. All this conniving and arguing and stuff brings me to my number 52, Shadows over Camelot.
Ouch. Not even in the top half.
Yeah, so Shadows over Camelot is my number 52. Essentially with Shadows over Camelot, it's hidden cooperative, semi-cooperative, cooperative, potentially a betrayer in the midst of in your group of people that is going to try to secretly impact you not accomplishing goals throughout the game. And if they can be accused, they cannot be accused. If they're accused and they're not the betrayer, then there's penalties to the entire group.
Yep.
But if they are, it helps you kind of weed out who you can't trust. I think the biggest problem for me, and it sounds like you guys may or may like it a lot more than I do, but the biggest problem it has for me is just the length of time to get into it, and I think it only works well with bigger groups, like 5. I don't like it at 4. I think 5 or more, and a lot of times with that group size requiring it for it to be good with that group size can
I don't
bring
think
it down.
I played it with less than 5.
Exactly. So making sure that because it requires for it to be good at more, and because of the length of time it takes to play, because you're adding more people to the group, I think that's what brings it down a little bit for me.
Yeah. I've done 4-player, but we did not have even the possibility of traders.
Yeah.
So we just made it harder to start. Yeah. And it works, but I do completely understand the length thing. Legit concern. Okay, my 51 is Hanabi. I like the idea that you can see everyone else's hand, but you can't see your own. And how do you convey information in the most efficient way possible? And there is absolutely no quarterbacking in it because you don't know the info somebody else knows.
Mm-hmm.
And what somebody else's perspective is going to tell them that something else is more valuable than what you think is valuable. So that helps communication happen.
Communication happens when you know who you're playing with.
That too.
You need a game group that you can
Because,
interpret, but
I know when you tell me something what you mean because you and I have worked that out.
Uh-huh.
playing with a brand new group of people, you're probably going to lose
probably
a lot.
Probably.
But
yeah, Hanabi is just, it's very, very specific with cards. The shuffle, the order in which cards come out can really make a big difference in the game. But yeah, Hanabi is typically a very enjoyable game.
Awesome. I'm trying to hide my phone because she keeps peeking. All right. We are now on 51. My number 51, World of Smog, on Her Majesty's Service.
Jeez.
So World of Smog on Her Majesty's Service. I'm going to leave that one alone for a while. I'll let David talk about it a little bit later.
Yeah, okay. All right, my number 50 is Takedo. Yeah, this one had not been on my list previously. And what ended up happening is I've played it a bunch on the app.
Okay.
Now, that's not to say I haven't played the board game, but I've just played it more on the app so I have a better appreciation for what the game is. Takedo is this very laid-back experience. You are moving along a path. Whoever is furthest behind on the path takes the turn. And you're going through collecting coins, collecting sets of cards, or donating coins to the temple, getting pieces of a painting. It's all just very laid back. It doesn't feel like it's overly competitive. It's almost a relaxing board game. Until the very end, where you're like, wait, but I needed that. You just took my spot for the 17th time today.
Are you looking at her?
No. We actually have not played this game together.
Interesting.
But that just kind of happens. But still, for the most part, you don't actually feel angry at anyone because you understand everyone was just doing what they needed to do to just mosey through the path of Takedo.
Nice. Have you played any of the expansions?
No.
Interesting.
But still very enjoyable.
Cool. All right. Mine is going to my next one, Jamaica. Jamaica. So that one is, this one's pretty again, simplistic. As far as like the grand scheme of things, but I do like the theme as far as the like pirates and trying to get around the board, the race around the board as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Stopping it as far as the port or stopping in an area to fight the other person next to you. Collecting treasure, maybe it's cursed, maybe it's not. All based on everyone has again the same deck of cards. They're shuffled, so you're going to have different combinations than other people depending on your shuffle, but there's going to be one person that establishes the first or the second set of the card, because each card has two sides, so they'll just establish if you use the right side or the left side first, if I remember correctly, of whichever card you're going to play. And that determines your movement, if you're going to attack, whatever you're going to do. So I haven't played that one in a pretty long time. I think it's simple enough to get like kids involved of an older age maybe, and newer gamers involved, if you can just show them kind of what everything does in a quick period of time. It's going to be Jamaica.
Okay. My 49 is the Tales and Games line, kind of as a whole, but specifically the Hare and the Tortoise. It's a quick racing game. You have cards to control who's going to move. There's kind of some bluffing. You've got one animal you're told you've got to care about, and then you get to pick another one or double up on the one you're told about. There's only 5 animals in the race. I know the story's about the hare and the tortoise, but there was also the fox, the wolf, and the lamb in that race. So very accessible game. Very kid-friendly. I think you could play that with
4-year-old.
maybe with help.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I think it'd be cool if 4-year-old just went, I like this animal. Now you have to figure out what to do with that.
Yeah. But yeah, there's some limits on card play, but it's a very short track, kind of almost a big U. And it's just fun. Again, it feels like one of those games as a gamer, I shouldn't like it, but I do because games are about having fun, right? And Hare and the Tortoise just is fun.
Cool. All right, my next on the list, Advanced Jenga, Beast of Balance.
Oh, yeah.
So Beast of Balance, I really like as far as it's app integrated. No. So app integrated. There's essentially like a scale platform that knows the weight of each of the animals or
words,
whatever you're using as far as pieces. It knows the weight of all of them, and then you scan whatever you're going to place each and every turn and place it on that little scale. And then if any of them fall off, obviously it knows that the weight is shifted, and then you have like 10 seconds to put everything back onto the board. But the cool thing about it is as you add animals to the pillar or the stacking area, they get added to the world that's on the app. And you can cross animals, so you can cross like a warthog with an eagle, and it'll make a weagle, which is like a warthog-eagle mix. You can cross like the bear with octopus, and it'll be an octobear or whatever. And there's a list of 100+ animals that you can make, and it's up to you to figure out how to make them by creating like mixes, doing the bear, then doing the cross, then doing the next animal to figure out, okay, that makes this.
And then you gotta cross with the cross.
Really?
Yeah.
Beast of Balance over Twisted Fables and Parks?
Yeah. Apparently.
Wow.
He's a crazy man.
Because
Beast of Balance is for like 4-year-olds.
No, it's fun.
You
And
place the animals on the thing and just combine the animals.
Yeah, but I still don't
With
have
no real
my
goal,
entire
but-
bestiary created. I haven't crossed every animal yet, and I still need to do that.
Yeah.
Give me a want to play the game all
Gotta
the time.
catch them all.
Yeah, exactly.
Mia, who is 5, loves that.
So that's
game.
it's positive. You can play with 5-year-olds. We've been talking about
There
that
you go.
this entire time.
All right.
But for that to be
It's actually in my top 50.
Yeah.
that's a little weird.
All right. My 48 is King of Tokyo / King of New York. I store them in one box, so why should they be 2 different games?
It's like the Godzilla one, right?
Yep. Godzilla, or
Godzilla.
any monster, roll dice,
Godzilla.
fight, heal, get points,
Yeah.
invade,
No.
take over.
I'm just not a fan of the theme.
Okay, fine.
Godzilla is not my thing.
Mothra, King Kong,
What about the bunny, the big bunny?
Cyber Bunny.
Don't care.
Okay, fine. So she don't care. Going on.
All right, my number
48.
48 is Nemesis. So Nemesis, this is a really good game, and it would be
You
higher
must
on.
really not like playing board games with me because all the board games that I like are very low scoring.
Hey, Cory.
It's not low scoring. It's in the top 50. I've played over. I said like 700, but I've probably played close to 100 or 1,000 games in my
Hey,
life.
Cory.
Yeah.
Will you be my nemesis?
Sure.
Okay.
The only downfall with that game is I don't like playing with a lot of people.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was going to say. Is it takes a specific player count to be fun, and it can be drawn out. I mean, this I think of all of the other games I can play in just as much time or lesser time, and still have just as much fun, but or not be required to have a specific player count with that game versus this game.
Right.
Super fun in the sense of it's alien themed, as far as the movie's Aliens themed. And there's the whole, like, could be betraying me because everyone has their own end goal.
Right, so
Could
co-op,
be, will be.
co-op, but still possibility of
semi-co-op.
betrayal.
Yeah, same as Shadows going on there.
It's
That's why I like it.
it's really fun, and actually we're undefeated so far in the 3 game plays that we've done. As couples, we've played as couples. But yeah, really fun game, Nemesis. I love as far as
Well, I wouldn't say
there's a story behind it.
I wouldn't say we're undefeated. I've died every single time.
Yeah, but we still win as a team.
I got on the ship and escaped once by myself. I went, peace out.
That's my goal, to get that mission where it's like escape on your own or leave everyone else to die. Okay, bye.
No, that wasn't
suckers.
even my mission. It's just I completed my mission, and if I left, I won. So I left. And going to help them was suicide.
Okay, my 47. Paint the roses. Cooperative, logic, deduction. You play a tile next to one or more existing tiles, and you place cubes on that tile to tell the other players how many of the tiles match, like the pairs match yours. And there's color pairs and shape pairs and maybe color to shape pairs depending on the difficulty of the card you have. So like there's an easy card, and that's just color to color, or a medium card, which is either color to color or shape to shape. And there's 4 colors and 4 shapes. So
Cool.
yeah, and your goal is to score more points and stay ahead of the queen who's chasing you. And she speeds up at different points along the score track.
Shit, it's me again.
And basically it has always come down to a final turn.
Nice.
So tight scoring, but a lot of fun.
All right. My next on the list is going to be Vindication.
Alright.
I mean, I won't go too much. Basically, you're you're a convict that got off of a boat onto an island, and you're all trying to vindicate yourself by accomplishing goals. Going from tile to tile and doing specific things, earning your pool of resources that's going to eventually allow you to invest those resources into making yourself better, getting better traveling, where you're slower walking, then you can get a horse, and then you can get like a eagle to ride or whatever to speed up how far you can move in a given turn. But yeah, Vindication, I haven't played it in a while. That was when I was still gaming with Richard and them. I'm curious. I mean, I haven't heard much. People haven't really talked about it since it first came out, but a really good game, Vindication.
Awesome. My 46 is 1960, The Making of the President. It is about the 1960 election. One side plays Nixon, one side plays Kennedy. It was one of the closest presidential elections in U.S. history. Came down to something like 10 electoral votes. And a lot of intrigue that went on in that election. So that's why it's a game. That's why there's a game about it. And
Area control.
Nixon versus who?
Kennedy, JFK.
So JFK.
Yes. But I've seen both sides win in the game.
I'm undefeated against you.
Okay. I genuinely don't remember.
It was Nixon.
Yeah.
I changed history.
Ah.
Yeah, it's a good game.
It is. I enjoy the story. I mean, it's history, but I enjoy the story that is created from that game.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's get ready for another fight. It's going to be
Wow.
Power Rangers Hero of the
Oh my
Grid.
goodness.
I
You
like
really,
that one.
You are really breaking my heart. That's my number one favorite game of all times.
I actually like that.
And although it's co-op, your actions really don't depend on your teammates, if that makes sense. Like, you can...
It does a tiny bit. You can
I
be
mean,
helpful to your team.
You can be helpful, but I want to say, like, it's...
So yeah, it's Power Rangers Hero of the Grid cooperative. You're fighting many of the different villains in the Power Rangers universe with their minions. Very simple in the sense that there's only 4 locations you can fight them in. And you choose how you're going to do that, splitting up or going together to fight them, playing cards in your deck. Your cards are also your health, so...
Be in your 40s. Rita Repulsa is there.
Oh.
How could that be in your 40s?
So it's pretty similar to a lot of games. There's not much that sets it apart. The only
I'm
thing,
so disappointed.
mechanics-wise, that sets it apart is the health that is also your deck of cards.
I do like that part. That's good.
That's a little bit of a different twist, but I also love just all like Pudgy Pig and Rita Repulsa.
Well, obviously
Really
you don't
not
love them.
All right, hey, you want to jump into your next one?
Yeah, my 45 is the Unlock series of escape room games. You know, you can't pick one because they're not really replayable. So, the whole thing. Mandy and I have been playing through. We've done Star Wars Unlock, and I think the Escape Adventures. So we've done like 6 total escape room missions. And they all have different little things to solve, different ways to get clues. App integrated. I like the use of the app for different codes to put in and different machines to work, and sometimes you gotta...
I like that I can allow you to run the app.
Yeah, there you go. Like, some of the things you do in the app are weird. Like, there's one you literally have to shout at the app to do something. I'm trying to avoid spoilers. But yeah, there's just fun mechanics that happen with the app integration.
It's cool. I haven't played the Unlock series in a while, aside from the very first ones that they started with. But yeah, definitely a good game. All right, my next one on the list is Fresco. So Fresco, I don't know if you've played it.
No.
It's painting themed. So basically, you're Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo or somewhere along those lines, and you're trying to paint specific areas. I think the theme is that you're trying to paint the Sistine Chapel.
That would make sense.
But it's worker placement to be able to figure out how you're going to collect the paint colors that you need to put those colors on this specific area of the Sistine Chapel or wherever you're painting. There's obviously like initiative based on like what choices you make in the worker placement side. But it's a really good game. They have a lot of modules you can work in and out of it if you want to scale up the difficulty or scale it down. It's all PvP. Scale up the thinking versus scaling it down. So that's a really good game. It's just pretty hard to get your hands on at a cheap price. A lot of times you have to get like the big box, which is more expensive.
Yeah.
And are you going to play with half of those modules? Who knows?
No.
So, Fresco.
Yeah. My 44 is Lemming Mafia.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone has their own objectives.
Yeah.
And you're kind of making... And then you're also making bets on certain lemmings to finish in the highest order possible. And that's how you're going to get points at the end. And trying to get cement on certain lemmings to get them out of the race, and other lemmings to get to the finish line as fast as possible. You roll 2 dice to give you hopefully 2 different lemmings to choose from, and then you pick which one you're going to move. And a lot of good choice, a lot of unintentional player interaction where you might really want red to get there safely, and you don't care about green at all, so you sabotage green, but you didn't realize that was hurting 2 other people at the game table. I mean, you probably did, but you didn't do it intentionally, at least. You're just like, well, I don't care about green, so bye.
That's fun. Alright, my next on the list, Potion Explosion.
Oh.
Over Power Rangers? You got to be kidding me. You are a 5-year-old. You are a 5-year-old. This is a marble game. That's a marble game.
But it's different. That's the thing. I like variety.
You are literally like playing Candy Crush in like in
Yeah.
a marble.
It's more interactive, right? So Potion Explosion.
I can't.
Potion Explosion. The system is literally a little box that you drop all the marbles into, and they roll out into columns, and then you pull a marble out that will then connect
It's like
marbles
Candy
together.
Crush. You're
Essentially,
trying to...
Candy Crush, the board game. But there are other games that have done stuff like that, and it's tokens or whatever.
Please
I like
don't
that it's
tell me
actual.
Dr. Eureka is on your top 40 because at this point I am convinced
there's other
that
games
you
that have
like games that 5-year-olds like.
tried to do this, but they're not as satisfying or tactile as pulling a marble out and then watching the next marbles connect. And oh, I made the same set. Oh, I can pull those out. Oh, look, those connected. Now I can pull those out. Just essentially like Candy Crush, but the goal is to get colored marbles that you'll then put into potions that need specific combinations. And then those potions, once you complete the potion, they'll give you a special ability, one-time use ability. And then the goal is to earn so many or create so many potions over the course of the game. So that
And
is
get points.
and get points. Yep, that is Potion Explosion. Really fun game, and she's sitting here talking smack about it, but that was one of her favorite games until Power Rangers.
But for that to be over Power Rangers, that's
All right, David, what's yours?
All right, my 43 is Quicks. This is a very light dice game. You've got 4 colored dice, 2 white dice. You roll them. Everyone can use the sum of the white dice, but you can use that and a colored die paired with 1 white die. You're depending on if you want easy mode or hard mode. But in either situation, you're moving in a row from left to right. Once you've made a mark, you can't go left. You have to keep moving. So on easy mode, it's each color. 2 of the colors go from 2 to 12, and the other colors go from 12 to 2. So it's really a push your luck. How far do you want to advance? Maybe that's not push your luck. It's strategic thinking. How far do you want to go? How long do you think the game is going to last? If you think it's going to be a long game, you want to wait, hold out for the early marks. If you think it's going to be a short game, you want to advance quickly. And knowing a little bit about probability helps you. Knowing a lot actually hurts you. Cool. That's just how it goes. And that is Quicks 43.
All right, my number 43. I am realigned. I've shuffled everything out and everything back, so it should be good. All right, so my number 43, we talked about Unlock.
also was it a shuffling error that Power Rangers was so low in your list?
Oh.
43, we talked about escape room games. I like this one better than Unlock, and it's Escape Room, the game.
Okay.
So Escape Room, the game, same idea. You're given like a box with 3 envelopes, and in those envelopes are varying like puzzles, varying like pieces of paper or whatever. You're solving the first one by collecting 4 keys out of 20 and then putting them into an actual like plastic machine that makes noises, has decoders all around the plastic machine, placing that, figuring out the combo that you need, putting those keys in that order, and then it'll tell you if you're wrong, you'll lose 10 seconds if you are. It'll tell you if you're right, and you'll be able to progress to the second session. You'll do that 3 times, then hopefully solve the escape room within an hour. Again, that plastic thing that you put the keys in and has the decoders and stuff on it, it's counting down from an hour down to 0. So it does it all automatically for you. It adds some pressure as you get closer and closer to 0, turning up the heat and turning up the soundtrack. The maps and stuff you're looking at, I like it a little bit more than Unlocked just because it's bigger. It's kind of a bigger set more piece, table. I guess. A little bit more table presence. Yeah. So that is Escape Room, the game. There's a bunch of expansions for that, just like Unlock.
Yeah. My 42 is Star Realms. 2-player, deck builder, back and forth, combat, and fine balance between having enough combat to take your opponent out, having enough currency to buy better cards, and having enough protection to stop yourself from being eliminated. And with, at least in the base game, with 4 main factions, I know a couple of expansions add more factions, but you really want to keep your options limited so that you get better synergy as you go. And lots of ways to win with that, and I'm sure you'll talk about it later.
It's a deck builder, right?
Yep.
All right, my number 42 is Carcassonne.
What?
So I mentioned it as one of the 3 games we always played every Thanksgiving. That one, Hand and Foot, and then Balderdash. Carcassonne is a little bit of a... Balderdash is more of like a party game per se. Hand and Foot is more of like a card game, whereas Carcassonne was like one of the first board games like that weren't Monopoly, Trouble, like the general mass market stuff that I had played that I can remember. And again, playing it every year grew on me more and more. I'm just like you. The river needs to be there. I don't need to play with every other expansion. Maybe add 1 expansion in here or 1 expansion in there. I didn't even like the catapult. I thought it was cool one time, but I don't think I would want it in every game. Let's play with it, because I've only played with it once.
Oh no, I had a friend build me a wooden catapult
awesome.
With the same like token holder,
cool.
so you can put a drawstring and go.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So Carcassonne, my number 42.
Yep. My 41 is the aforementioned city building game, Suburbia.
Ooh.
This is one I really
6
think
years?
you will like. But it is a tile placement game, and you have to manage your income versus your population. And every time you progress on the victory point track, you lose income and you lose population per turn. So it's this fine balance, and where you place things matters sometimes, because there's buildings or tiles that say adjacent, cares about adjacent. Some care about things that aren't adjacent. And sometimes you can't get anything, so you have to take a tile and turn it over, and then it's a lake tile, but you get a little bit of money for those. A lot of good balance there. So I like Suburbia. It is a bit on the crunchier, thinky side, but as long as people are moving, it's not the longest or most complicated game.
Cool. My 41, Kingdom Death Monster. So I don't own it, and I never will. It's a lot of money to get in everything, and typically if I get half in, I get all in. So it's like $1,500, $1,600 right there for all of the different enemies and all of the different bosses and all that stuff. I like boss battlers. I like kind of the variety of, I'm going to fight this boss this time, this boss this time. And the problem there is again, each boss can be like $70 because they're big minis, they're big stuff. The cool thing about it is just, again, the story. The biggest thing there is the story. You wake up, all lights are off, or everything in a completely dark, completely naked, and you have to essentially, you see there's dead skulls all over the place, and all of a sudden you're attacked by a lion in the very first thing, and everyone's trying to fight back the lion with whatever they can find around them, a broken bone or whatever. And it's literally a boss battler. You kill that lion. He has his own AI deck. And then you move into your city portion, which is you bring back pieces off of that lion and then craft better weapons, clothes, whatever it may be. Go through a town encounter and then go back and go for another hunt against another big enemy. And you do that back and forth over the course of the campaign. Again, the whole thing, because they do limited printings, whole thing is probably, if you want, like, they have models that don't even do anything, they're just model pieces, like $5,000, $4,000, $3,000, somewhere around there. So yeah, I love the game. I would just probably need to get the base game, but then I would be interested to start getting more, which is why I don't do it.
Yep.
Kingdom Death Monster.
Okay. Okay, my number 40, Splendor.
Okay.
Engine builder, tokens. I love the tactile feel of those tokens.
Special ones.
Of the chips?
No. The chips are the same. Mine just have translucent borders. Except the gold ones. Still a little bitter in each way. Anyway, yeah. You know, Splendor, how much time do you spend buying cheap cards for faster engines? When do you accelerate to go for the level 2 and 3 cards to score those points? Interesting choices to be made. Seen good strategies all over the place. And it's a game that works, but has created some arguments, and so I don't like to push too much with it.
Hey. I said I'd play it again. It was just one of the very first ones you ever showed me.
Yeah. Well,
I played Marvel
Splendor.
recently. That wasn't any different really. Yeah, there's a couple things, but yeah, it's a fun game.
Yeah.
Haven't played it much online either.
No, I play on the app.
Very much, but it's a good game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my number 40. Can't Stop.
It's a little higher on my list.
So if it's a little higher on your list, I'll just quickly say it's a really fun push your luck dice roller. We'll say that. Can't Stop. Number 40.
All right, my 39 is Onitama. 2-player chess. Well, chess is already 2-player, but with weird rules on how you can move. And each player gets 2 cards that tell them how to move. There's 1 card in the center, and when you use a card to move, you have to swap out with the center. And your goal is to get your king to the other side or to capture the other player's king. So I like the 2 different ways to win. I like the different movement thoughts there, and games are always going to be different because of those different movement cards. So, Onitama, interesting abstract strategy game. I don't have a lot of those. They're not my favorite thing, but Onitama has a nice high place on my list.
Cool. My number 39 is Tiny Towns.
Oh, I love Tiny Towns.
Although as much as I love Tiny Towns.
Back to Power Rangers.
All right.
So Tiny Towns, I'm not sure where it falls on.
It's up higher.
Okay, so I'll leave it a little bit. Again, that one's, I don't know.
Play that at Christmas with your mom.
Way to say it.
It's
as far as mechanics wise,
building and
it's another one of those city building games that
I
you're
guess
talking about.
Yeah.
It's just a spatial reasoning version
There you
of
go.
it. You
There
have
you
to make sure you leave room to build the buildings and then build them in the specific efficiency way to be able to do it.
And we'll talk about it when it gets to my list.
Sorry.
So Tiny Towns
Say
is my number
something.
39.
All right. My 38 is Dune Imperium. It's the deck builder plus some area control.
So I played one Dune, and there's so many Dunes out there
Yes,
now.
I know.
Within
We
the
went
last
from
year
none to
like
a
18.
bunch. Because the license became more public.
I believe it's the one I'm thinking. Is it the one where you fight? There's the area to fight.
Yes.
And
So
then on
there's
the left, there's the houses that you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what
it's that one. So, and it's kind of a race to 12 points.
Yep. Yep.
And
I played that one.
yeah, it's
Yeah, it was alright for me.
okay.
It was alright. I like it. It's not on the list.
So no, I just love the deck builder plus aspect, and like I played Clank, but I only played it once, so
I love Clank.
I'm not going to do a full judgment there. But Dune just resonated with it. Used the deck builder. It used those cards to really good effects to play a game. In addition, but the deck builder was so core to what was going on. So that's why it went way high on my list.
I haven't read the book, and
I haven't either.
I didn't watch the original Dune. I watched the new one. But yeah, I mean, there were gripes I had with it. Some of the gripes were I was playing again, kind of my whole what's it called? Freaking one of the games. Experiences where when you play with experienced people, and you get slaughtered. You're like, yeah, you know what, this is not fun.
And we did play with the expansion, like, tech area, the top area.
We played with that too.
Which I think, they said fixes a lot of the issues. So
Playing with it, okay. I would have rather not have played with it.
Probably.
Me being a first-time player in MMORPG.
I get that.
But,
yeah.
No, it was a decent game.
Yeah, I understand that.
Mine is going to be, my next pick is 38, Hadara. So, mentioned Seven Wonders early on. Hadara is essentially like a advanced Seven Wonders. You play over the course of 3 ages. And you're basically engine building through the Seven Wonders for the most part. So, I'd seen it on one of the gameplay videos and thought about buying it for a very long time. I bought it, and then I had it for like a year before I first played it. And it was everything I hoped it would be just based on looking on the video and thinking how much I would like it. So, again, pretty much an advanced Seven Wonders drafting type of game, trying to build an engine that's going to score you the most points at the end. So, cool. Hadara, that was my 38.
Cool. Sounds interesting. My 37 is Takinoko, which Mandy loves because of pandas.
That's not why I love it. That's why Mindy loves it.
Okay. You also love it. Well, okay. Why do you love it?
I just think it's fun. It's got neat colors, and it's
cute little pandas.
It's an interesting little concept.
Cute little pandas and
too
bamboos.
complicated and
5 different actions, and you have to pick 2 different actions to do. And I think that's an underutilized mechanic in games where you're given a small set of things you can do, and you have to pick 2 different things. I mean, I understand that you can double up, and that's fine, but I like that you have to do different. I think that prevents you from just focusing on one thing and doing it over and over and over again. Of course, in Takinoko, you're rolling a die that can give you a 3rd action or let you double up or do something else special, which, shakes the game up and prevents it from being totally mechanical. But, there's enough variety there. There's a lot going on. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's fun. It's another one I don't take way too seriously. And good thing, different theme.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. My number 37, I believe, is Mythic Battles Pantheon.
Okay.
I don't own Mythic Battles Pantheon. I am getting Ragnarok. But I think my favorite part of the game is just the system of how you build your team. It's got kind of similar tastes of like Star Trek Attack Wing.
Okay.
Where you're building your team, and each hero you add to your team or monster you add to your team is a point value, and you have a max amount of points you can spend for your team. And you're basically going around destroying their armies or heroes or monsters, whatever, while you're trying to collect gems that'll help power up your your hero, which is like your most powerful person on the team. So really good. I like that they did Pantheon, which was like Greek mythology.
Yeah.
They did Ragnarok, which is like Norse mythology. They started teasing another mythology, which is related to sand. So I'm assuming Egyptian mythology is coming up. They could probably go Chinese. They could probably go Japan. They could probably go Aztec, whatever. But it's a line that they're going to continue to do with the same mechanic. So really good game, Mythic Battles Pantheon.
Okay. My 36 is World's Fair 1893. Kind of a throwback, but it's one that I have a bit of a newfound appreciation for because of the story that it tells, the historical relevance, but also the way it works. Because when you win control of an area, it lets you do something special in game. So you win the blue area, and you get to gain a special token. And it's been a while since I've gotten into the nitty gritty, so I'm not remembering everything that it does well, and I apologize for that. But there's lots of ways to score points. There's lots of ways to get different cards that you need, and you need a variety of cards. Card types to do well in the game. You can't focus, you have to diversify. And I enjoyed that aspect of it.
Cool.
So that's World's Fair 1893.
Cool. 36.
Yep.
Star Realms.
Okay.
So you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just like you. I like deck builders. It's simple deck builder. It's actually the second deck builder I've ever played. First one was DC deck building. Second one was that one. Dominion I didn't play till later on, which is what most people think about. But the good thing about, or the fun thing about that one is again, it's simple. It's pretty snappy. It's pretty quick. I have pretty much all the expansions. Waiting for the actually I have all the expansions now. Just waiting for the Legacy version of it, which is supposed to come out here in the next couple of months. But I like it. David mentioned most of it. Biggest thing I like about it is I think it's my favorite deck builder when I look at it, and secondly, the quickness and speediness of it. Star Realms.
I think in 2-player games especially, that speediness is so important.
Yep.
35 for me is Lords of Waterdeep. Action, kind of that action selection and worker placement, and more so having the ability to have a little bit of stuff that is your own. Makes it really good. I'm not a huge D&D fan, so the theme didn't initially hook me in, but the gameplay, it takes those worker placement games that can sometimes be way too much, and it's boiled it down, because I think they knew their target audience were not board gamers, but gamers, so they made a game to appeal to those people. And no insult intended by those people.
But one of the things that I like about Lords of Waterdeep is, while I may not be, I know that I don't have as much experience as a lot of the people that we end up playing with, so I know I'm never going to win on a direct route. They're like, oh, we go this way, this is what we do. What I liked about Lords of Waterdeep is I was able to win on a completely different way that had nothing to do with what anybody else was doing.
That's fair.
So there you go. Lots of different ways to win.
Cool. 35 for me, Zaya, Legends of a Drift System.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's a sandbox game, space themed, building your own ship, or getting your ship and then building onto it, doing different things like exploring to get you points, delivering from one planet to another planet as far as goods to get you points, bunch of different things, attacking NPCs to get you points, getting money to get you points, killing people that are negatively looked at, as far as maybe they've attacked a peaceful NPC. So now they're wanted. You attack them and kill them, then you get points for that. Glory, per se. But really fun sandbox game. And the best part of that game is you can fly into the sun and not even know you're flying into the sun and blow up.
Yeah.
Because the exploration is random, or not random, it's hidden. You can either do it safely and see what you're going to before you go there and say, nope, I don't want to go there.
But what's the fun in that?
Oh, what's the fun in that? Just jump in and see what happens. So you can jump through hyperspace and blow up in the sun.
Yeah.
Which has happened 2 out of the 3 times I've played it. Somebody did that, so pretty funny. Zaya, Legends of a Drift System.
My 34 might be, I think we'll call that, is my top 2-player game.
Okay.
Or I should say 2-player only game.
Okay.
And that is Lost Cities. So, our go-to, very back and forth, little more her way. But I actually kind of call it push your luck, because sometimes you start an expedition and you don't know for sure that you got it.
No, that's why it's a little more my way. It's not a pusher.
You think you got it, but you need to draw into a card or two to make it even more profitable. And sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't. And sometimes you play the 4, and then you draw the 3.
Oh, that's
And once you play a number, you can't play a lower number. So it's a very simple game in terms of you play cards of a color to that spot, and you play them in order from low to high, and there's no going back. You start off, as soon as you play a card there, you're at -20, so you got to get at least 20 played to make it even worth your while. And game's over when you're out of cards.
Every time I've played that game, I've lost. But it's still a fun game.
Yeah, I've done competitions of like, okay, we're gonna track points, and it's like first up 500 points, and you play over the course of days.
That's fun. All right, my number 34, Dark Souls, the board game. A lot of people have gripes with it. As far as just the length and all that stuff, I think I said this in the last time I talked about this game, but there's fan-made changes to it to make it speedier, keeping it kind of generalized and stuff, but it's my favorite video game of all time. So I got the board game and I got all in when it was on Kickstarter years ago. I have all the minis that maybe Mandy will be painting for me here.
I could do that.
I'll commission her so I can display them and stuff. But yeah, it's got its problems, it's got its flaws, but I think, again, because it's my favorite video game and because I don't mind the flaws, I live for the boss battle, and there's ways to go just to the boss battle and skip all of the grinding that happens before that.
That's important.
That's why I like it. So that's going to be Dark Souls, the board game, 34.
All right. My 33 is Marvel Champions, and I'm certain you will be talking about that later.
I'm not sure.
This should be higher.
I'm not sure.
You know what? 33 out of the...
I know.
Close to a...
It's pretty high on your list.
It's pretty high.
I still like it better.
I know you do.
See, she's a lot more nice.
Oh.
All right. My number 33, you mentioned it earlier, Baseball Highlights 2045. So, again, he mentioned a lot of it, and some of the things I like about it is also kind of how you can play a quote-unquote mini season, which is just 2 games that are like 20 minutes apiece, 30 minutes apiece, to figure out what order you go in, or who's the benefit going into the playoffs, play the World Series. All of that can be done in like 2 hours, hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours. Super simple as far as how you play it. a lot like rock, paper, scissors as far as how you play your cards. She's not liking it.
I
but
love baseball and everything. I wasn't the biggest fan of the game.
Oh, so you have
No,
played it.
you haven't played it.
Oh, that was a different one that we played. Oh, good, I have hope.
You played Bottom of the Nine.
Okay.
That game was terrible.
I was curious how you felt about Bottom of the Ninth. But yeah.
I think it's okay.
Baseball Highlights is a mini deck builder.
Great. I have hope that it's better then.
And it's cool because one of my favorite parts is the players you draft to your team are combos of 2 real players from the past, like Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds, or Jeff McGuire, Jeff Kent, Mark McGuire, whatever. So they do that. The robots are really good at hitting home runs. Humans are really good at defense, and then cyborgs are really good at pitching. So you can craft your team to be more offense-based. You can craft your team to be more defense-based. And you essentially play a card. They have a chance to react to the card you played. They play a card to react to that or to help themselves, and it's back and forth over the course of the game. So, And the best thing is, what game has the San Francisco Giants in their base set?
Not many.
San Francisco Giants, Los Angeles Dodgers, New York Yankees, and Boston Red Sox. So the 4 you get in the base set. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's Baseball Highlights 2045.
All right. My 32 is Article 27, the UN Security Council game. 6 up to 6 player, really best at 5 to 6. Negotiation, threats, bluffs, double bluffs. Takes the right kind of group, but when you have that kind of group, this game shines. And gosh, I have pulled off some amazing double and triple bluffs with people because you start falling into a pattern of, oh, you're believable, you always tell the truth. And it's like, you're looking at a board state going, oh yeah, that looks good, but everybody thinks it looks good. All right, guys, if this doesn't move, I'm vetoing. So bribe me not to veto.
That's fun.
And since you're a member of the UN Security Council, you have veto power. So, yeah.
Cool.
That's how it's negotiation. So if your group loves negotiation, this is pure negotiation. And if your group hates it, then run away from UN Article 27.
My next on the list is Burn Cycle. Newer game. Burn Cycle, chip theory games, robots in the future. The theming is robots were created by humans. Humans then did so much to die off. The robots survived. The robots recreated humans. And then the humans are now abusing the robots and making them their slaves, and you're the robots. Basically trying to break into the corporations and take down the human corporations that are doing a lot of this.
Fun theme.
So really fun theme. The artwork's really cool. It's basically a cooperative game, and you're all your own robot. So very variable, where all the robots act differently. They all have different powers. And you're basically, it's like a heist, essentially like a heist. You're jumping into the scenario. It has multiple scenarios, multiple villains. To scale it up for this versus this villain or this corporation. And you have to program things out correctly, use your robot abilities to essentially break in, complete your mission, and then get out. Okay. That is Burn Cycle.
All right. My 31 is The World of Smog on Her Majesty's Service. Yeah, that
not that good.
It was on your list.
It's not that good.
Look,
That's the one who's got potion explosion.
There's a card in the game that lets you steal one of the 4 pieces you need to win the game from another player. I hate that card. I've used that card to win multiple times. I still hate that card.
That was rude when Cory stole me.
I really want to just remove that card from the game, or all those copies of that card from the game, and never play with it again. Because I think that's the biggest flaw in the game. Other than that, it's a great game. It's a movement game and plotting ahead and how do you use limited actions to do things and manipulate these gears to get the pricing where you want it, low to buy, high to sell. There's just a lot there, and I enjoy it. It works really well for what's there, and there's a lot. I wouldn't say there's a lot there, but there's enough there to have a game you want to keep coming back to.
Yeah.
So yeah, 31.
Right. My 31 is QE. I.e. quantitative easing. So cool thing about that game this game, she played it. I don't know that she liked it. But you can bid any amount of money you want. Mm-hmm. You can bid $1.8 trillion on something. Yeah. You can bid 1 cent on something. And whoever bids the highest gets whatever you're bidding on. It's themed as your different countries throughout the world trying to bid on different resources.
I remember this game.
Yeah. And it's really tricky to figure out, are people going, because it's all secret, are people going to bid, the person who owns the round puts the initial bid out there, and then everyone else gets to write whatever bid they want, whatever number they want in the entire numerical system. And whoever spends the most money loses.
Overall.
So all of those are trying to get you towards, think of like Quicks, where this has different things and it gets you towards this track, or it gets you towards this track or this track, building towards creating like a plethora of things that are going to get you multiple points. But the funnest thing is I love the just whatever you want to throw at the wall, you can throw that at the wall.
Yeah, because once you bid,
you did. You failed miserably.
Yeah, I failed miserably because I didn't read the group I was playing with, and everyone was bidding super low. Super low. They were bidding like $100 or $1,000 or $4,000, and I was bidding 1.5 million and 200 billion. And then people realized the last rounds of the game, the last like 4 rounds of the game, that they weren't bidding like how I was bidding, and then they started bidding that way, but I had already lost way too much. So again, you really have to know the game you're playing with, or the group you're playing with. The group has to have played with it to know how people are going to bid. That's going to be QE.
Okay. All right, my number 30, Codenames. And Codenames Duet. Close enough. Same game, pretty much. I mean, it depends on if you want a team versus team or we're working together experience. We've been working on the Duet campaign.
I don't like that.
Suffering through it, I suppose.
No, it's just that leads to more arguments. It's not that I have something against Codenames. I actually like Codenames. I just hate that in Codenames Duet, it just ends up with this arguing because you're like, you should have known that. Well, excuse me, I didn't. I'm not you.
She's not a human dictionary.
Neither am I. But
yeah, and he's got less movie references.
Ooh. Okay, so my number 30 is going to be Welcome to ... Choose your theme.
Been looking at that.
So Welcome to, definitely a fun. It's a roll and write. Just the Welcome to Your Perfect Home is like the base one. They have like Welcome to Mars, Welcome to Las Vegas. And it's essentially roll and write. They're all just, each expansion is very, 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 very similar. There's like maybe one tweak, or maybe it's just a reskin. But it's not necessarily roll and write. It's actually a flip and write, which is 3 sets of cards, and you flip them and you choose which of the 3 cards you're going to choose. Are you going to build a pool? Are you going to build a fence to start creating groups of houses? Welcome to, definitely fun as far as in that end. Super simple. Good introduction to like roll and writes and flip and writes. And it's cool to kind of name your town that you're doing, or your complex that you're doing, and just kind of see how everything plays out as you try to get the numbers in the right order.
Nice. Right. My 29 is Flashpoint Fire Rescue. I'm going to guess this is higher on your list. But co-op firefighting game, lots to like. Simpler than Pandemic, more complicated than Forbidden Island, Forbidden Desert. Maybe. Definitely more complicated than Forbidden Island. But yeah, I like the different roles, I like different maps. Lots of different maps. Submarine is a pain.
There's a couple of them.
Massive pain. I have not played all the maps I own.
She didn't like it.
What? I didn't either.
Flash Fire Rescue.
I did not like
that.
Fire Rescue.
You know what? The biggest improvement I like on Flashpoint is that you can save actions.
Yeah, that's cool.
That I really appreciate. So.
All right, my 29 is going to be Gift Trap.
I can't.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't with that.
I mean, I enjoy the game, but I didn't ever think 29. I mean, continue.
Gift Trap, it's basically pick gifts for every person out of 9 potential gifts.
Mm-hmm.
And guess if they're going to like it, love it, or hate it. And it's all real world gifts. They have like probably 300 cards that all show real world cars, mansions, massage chair, whatever you want. Basically, everyone chooses those ones and who's going to get what. Everyone else does the same thing, and then you choose who's going to like their gift, who's going to love their gifts, who's going to hate their gift. So you choose basically 3 people you're going to delegate that to.
Okay.
And then you choose what you like, love, or hate out of those 3. So it's matching the conversations that happen in it, the times that we do it around like Christmas times and stuff. It's just fun to kind of see. You gave me a toothbrush.
Okay.
You gave me a toothbrush and you gave her a freaking car. What? You like her more than me? That kind of stuff.
Yes.
Those conversations, those are super fun to go through and have an experience.
I get that.
So that is Gift Trap, number 29.
All right. My 28 is Star Trek Ascendancy. This is the big 4X game. Yes, it has issues with time. It is very long. There are some ways to trim it. I always play those ways because nobody wants to be around the table for 6 hours.
I like it.
But it's a good game. And the different factions, races, feel thematic to who they are. And typically, but it doesn't require any role play with them. They just are that way. Every faction has something good about them, some kind of little drawback, and then they also have like and then some kind of like advancement deck, technology deck that helps shape who they are.
All right.
But yeah, I know it's not for everyone, but it is. If you enjoy Star Trek, it's definitely the 4X of choice for a really big Star Trek fan. Otherwise, there's Twilight Imperium, there's Zaya. Those are also great games. I'm not going to knock them. But for me, as a huge Star Trek fan, I'm going to pick Ascendancy.
Cool. My number 28, The Sock Game.
Okay.
Mandy doesn't like it?
Mandy's never played it.
Mandy's never played it. David got it, thinking he wants to play it with my family. And I'm sitting here going, this is not the game that my family would appreciate. We are girls, not boys.
It's fun! Sock Game, I don't know if it's on his list, but Sock Game is essentially 2 socks with 30 plus items in them, identical items, poker chip, Monopoly house, keychain, rubber band, hair tie, whatever. And you...
Insulin needle.
Yeah, insulin needle is poking you up. The best way to play it is in groups of people, teams, and relay race styles. So there's different ways you can play. You can play just one-on-one, find the item first. Relay race, I think, is my favorite way to play it, which is each people in the group pick their own item and who they're going against based on a spin. And then everyone is going to basically go starting with the first player on both teams, second player on both teams, third player on both teams, and you essentially go down the line trying to find, your team has to find the items faster than the other team. And it's all by complete feel. You can't peek inside the sock, you can't look in the sock, you literally stick your hand in, feel around, try and find where it's at, find what it is, pull it out. If you pull out the incorrect thing, you have to put it back and restart. If you pull out the right thing, in addition to other things, you have to put them all back, shake it up, and restart. You can only pull out your item and your item only. And again, it goes all the way down the table until one team gets all of their items out of the stock first. I played one game where it got to the very last person in the team before our first person had finished. And he taunted us. He had his hand on the ping pong ball or what, I think it was a penny. He had his hand on it the entire time and let us catch up. And then as soon as it got to me, it was the last person, I reached in, grabbed it, and pulled it out before he can get his hand out. So he ended up losing the game when he had it the entire time.
Well, that's just...
So that was the best experience I've had in a game I have played probably ever. Because he was so pissed. As he tried to take his hand out, it kind of got caught, and then he tried to adjust and pull it out faster, and I just got lucky and grabbed it, pulled it out. Super fun game, this game.
That sounds great, though. So, my 27 is Roll Through the Ages, the Bronze Age. And I want to think nowadays it would be called a roll and write.
Yeah.
It's with modified dice. But it's a civilization building game. You're using specialized dice to buy, either get workers to build monuments or get more cities. You get food to feed your people. You get coins and resources to gain advancements. And it just has this very solid flow. It all comes together. It plays pretty quickly. It doesn't overstay its welcome. I like it as a dice game with heft. Whereas Quicks is a dice game with no heft. This is a dice game that actually feels like a game.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I've only played it, I think, with you.
Yeah.
All right. My number 27 is The Duke.
Okay.
So similar to Onitama, it's very similar to chess, checkers, that kind of stuff. Flip side, the only thing, the difference between this is you randomly pull out a tile and it's either sided. Different movement on one side than it is on the other side, and when you use that tile for your movement, it has to flip to the opposite side. When you move on that opposite side, it has to flip back. And the goal is to basically knock out their duke, which is their king per se. Really like the variety. It's a scale up from chess or checkers, in my opinion, just with the variety of different types of militia and different types of movements, different types of attacks that you can do with all of the random pieces in the game or movement types in the game. The Duke.
Okay, cool. My 26 is Trekking the National Parks, and we specifically have the second edition, which has some different changes. It's a bit of set collection, bit of movement. It's a game where you have, 2 actions. You got to move to the park, you got to play your cards to claim a park. There's a few ways you can get a bonus ability if you camp in a specific park. But yeah, those bonus abilities can help you, but they're also time you're spending not doing other things to score points. And everywhere you're moving, if you're there first, you get gems, which are points, and the most gems and second most gems are getting bonus points at the end of the game. So lots of ways to score points in that, and fairly simple, but something where if you're a National Parks fan, I think it's really good theme, and even if you're not, and I'm not the biggest National Parks thematic fan, I don't go adventuring, hiking in the parks, but I still enjoy the game.
Cool. Never played it. 26 for me is paperback.
Okay.
So paperback is dice or deck building mixed with Scrabble is the best way to say it. Really fun, really good game. If you like word games, if you like deck builders, combining the two together, you think it wouldn't work, but it does. There's some more hardback they came out with later, and they're coming out with paperback adventures, which is like legacy-ish. That I really like. Personally, I like word games. I don't like Scrabble really because it's too broad and open to what you can have. Whereas the deck building, you can kind of choose towards what words you want or letters you want to have to build your words out of. But yeah, paperback, it's been on my list for a while. I don't play it as much as I would love to, especially where it falls in the list, and that's mainly just because there's not very many people that like both deck builders and word games. Even so, I play the app a lot as well, just to get my appreciation back out of it. Paperback.
All right, my 25, Lanterns the Harvest Festival. Really like this with 2, 3, or 4 because every time you play a tile, you get whatever color is facing you. So even when it's not your turn, you're still getting stuff, keeps you involved. Lots going on there. And then you score points by 4 of a kind or 3 pairs or 1 of each. So lots of different ways to get stuff and just really enjoyable there.
You would like that one, I think.
Yeah.
All right, my 25 is going to be Fog of Love.
Oh man.
Ugh. For me,
I
that
can't.
I love that game.
Oh my.
So I love Fog of Love. Apparently it was a wrong choice to get it for our relationship, but basically Fog of Love is you're playing 2 characters and the course
you
of
want to know
their...
how he approached this game with me? He said, I have a perfect date night for us.
Oh.
I said, okay,
Oh, no.
sure. Okay, I'm all in, right? He planned it. We're going with it. Then he pops out with this Fog of Love. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. He's like, get in the role. Get in the role. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah.
So yeah, Fog of Love is good. You're playing 2 separate characters that are playing the course of their relationship, going through experiences and voting on how you think the other person will respond and how you want to respond to questions that are asked or scenarios that are presented over the course of the scenario that you're playing. High School Sweethearts or Paranormal Romance or whatever. They have a bunch of them. Really fun game. I have all of them.
Okay.
I know you guys have played the tutorial.
Yeah.
But I love as far as the
Interested in more.
yeah. I love the story.
If
All right.
you love your significant other, don't play it.
All right, 24 for me is Tiny Towns. You mentioned this earlier.
I love Tiny Towns.
I love
Yeah, I think we're unanimous here. But I really enjoy all the different buildings, the ways that they're going to interact with each other. The frustration when you really needed any color but gray and somebody calls gray. And you're like, well, what do I do with this? And you just got to adapt. And it just makes for great things happening there. So,
Cool. Yeah. That's a good game. 24 for me. This House is Haunted.
oh, that's a throwback.
Way big throwback.
Yeah.
Love that game. Just David and I are the only ones that have played it. The theming, this is the perfect time of year to do it. Basically, the house is quote-unquote haunted. And there's cards you collect. You put decks of cards throughout in every single room in the house, or split the deck up into amount of rooms in your house. Turn all the lights off. No flashlights, nothing. Or you can use your phone flashlight, but I think there's a curse would be a card that you draw that turns your flashlight off. Mm-hmm. You can get cursed in rooms and have to stay in the rooms until someone does something to release the curse from you. And essentially you're bringing back cards to contribute to a pile that's hopefully going to allow you to break the curse in the house. A lot of big experiences. You can play this with any group of people, any amount of people, I guess you can say. And you can really get into the theme of things, especially during like October, during horror times of the year, that kind of stuff. So love that game. This house is on it.
23 for me, Can't Stop. So again,
That's
like
high.
you said, push your luck
Yep.
dice game. Just so accessible.
Yeah.
It's literally take 4 dice, roll them, pair them up, and okay, you want to work on 7s? Great, 7s are common, but you got a long way to move 7s up the track to make that happen. Whereas 2s, you only need 3 2s to score the point there. So, a lot of give and take, a lot of good choices to be made. Again, probability is your friend, but probability only takes you so far when you're working on 6, 7, 8, and then you roll 4 6s and you bust because of that. So yeah, that is Can't Stop.
Kids like that. I played that one though in them as well. All right, my 23 is Western Legends.
Okay.
So we talked about what's it called? Sandbox games. There's another one that I have, which is like a pirate one. So I have pirate, space, and Western. This is my favorite, so there is no pirate on my top 100. This is my favorite out of all of those 3. Basically, you can do anything you want to get points from the game. You can hit outlaws, you can go rob banks, you can go gamble at the saloon, ranch run, and those all earn you specific amounts of points. And you're doing this through using poker cards that also have abilities on every poker card matching for the suit and the number. Playing those through, there's expansions I haven't played yet that I have. But again, I love the theme. I love that it themes all of the different characters you can be as former Western people from the West. Billy the Kid and all kinds of different people. So really fun game. That is Western Legends 23.
22 for me, For Sale. It's another one you had mentioned. I know.
That's high.
I probably like this, well, the most of anyone at the table. But again, it's that accessibility piece. And the game works well. It is quick, it's simple, but there's still a game there. There's still decisions to be made of, is it worth bidding again to get a better house, or am I okay getting the low one here if I duck out and only pay half? And then in the second half, you got different amounts of money. What value are you okay putting in to get a certain amount of money coming back? So choices to be made, lots of hopefully interesting choices to be made, but you never quite know what other players are going to do, and that makes it fun.
Cool. All right, my 22 is Commissioned. So Commissioned is a deck builder themed back in the old Jerusalem times, post Jesus. You are essentially different members of the disciples that each has their own ability depending on the disciple, and you're trying to spread the word and beat back Romans that are trying to stop the word from happening. Really, really fun cooperative game based on as far as like.
What is this cooperative?
It's cooperative.
I mean, you have one enemy.
Oh yeah, which is the Roman Church.
Right.
That's cooperative playing against the game.
I mean,
not
one
others.
has to be.
Oh, so
That
she's talking about when you play to the point where somebody is the Romans.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Which
some
we've always
difference.
played that one.
Yeah, no, that's when you have a maximum player count. Or I think that's when Cody. I think that's the one that Cody brought in. You're thinking of a different one.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking of one that we played where somebody's the Jews, somebody's the Romans, somebody's the as far as I forget the other I guess nationalities or whatever, but yeah, so it's really fun in the sense of historical deck building theme that I enjoy. Commissioned.
All right. My 21 is The Search for Planet X. Yeah. Pure logic deduction, but still a game there because you have to make choices of how you're going to spend time, game time, and get information. And you want to, this is another one of those, the player who's the furthest behind in time gets to take the action. And you have to, or you get to put out guesses every so often in the time. And then certain information's visible depending on where players are on the map. So lots change. We've done the intro game, we've done the advanced game, and I think we will probably only ever play the advanced game. Unless we're playing with new people.
Cool.
But yeah.
I don't think I've ever played the intro game. We played the medium and the advanced. There's 3 levels.
No, there's 2 sides of the board.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right. My number 21 is Formula D.
Oh!
Formula D.
Wow.
So it's pretty high up on the list. I know you talked about it earlier.
Pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I love Formula D. I love as far as the wild crashes that can happen going around corners. Thinking about the probability of if I shift to this gear, I have to use this die, which is maxed out at this number, and mins out at this number.
Yeah.
Can I use that and still get far enough ahead of people but not crash because the corner is going to need me to be at this speed or at this threshold? I love it. I don't have anything aside from just the base game. I've been perusing as far as some of the expansion tracks and stuff on Amazon and other areas. But again, I love that whole push your luck on let's top out this speed just in time to slow down and then hit the corner.
Yeah.
And not massively crash going into the final straightaway at the end of the race. That is Formula.
Now, do you like playing on basic damage or advanced damage? Yeah, that's the way to do it. All right, my number 20, Hansa Teutonica. Ever played it? Okay. Bit of area control. So you're trying to control cities. And in order to do that, you have to occupy every connection between 2 cities. And if somebody...
You said Hansa Teutonica, not between 2 cities.
I know. But if somebody blocks one of those routes, you either have to pay them off or wait for them to move.
Okay.
And you have basic actions in the game, but there's ways to upgrade every basic action in certain cities. So you have choices to occupy cities or upgrade actions when you claim a route. And then when you're in a city and somebody claims a route there, you get a point. Lots of different ways to score. Whole lot going on. It is a Euro game in terms of that mechanic focus, but there's player interaction. There's some little power tokens you get from claiming a specific route. I'm by no means an expert. I am pretty bad at the game, but I enjoy it. I like what exists, and it is. It's definitely a thinker for me, but I enjoy it every time I play.
Cool. Well, you guys heard me kind of slip on my number 20. It's Memoir 44. So Memoir 44, historical. As far as influence, you play either the Allies or the Germans, Axis, I guess. In many scenarios you can play. And it's basically just a back and forth skirmish type of game where you're trying to complete your objective before the Axis or the Allies complete their objective, depending on who you are. Card play, choosing which card you're going to play to influence your troops, and then battling it out with dice rolls to see if you can damage their troops more than they can damage you to be able to accomplish your missions. Again, that historical flavor, and because of how basic it is, which is dice rolls and cards, not like a Warhammer or anything that's super stringent like that. Pretty basic, pretty simple. The historical side attached to it helps me like it more and more. That is Memoir 44.
I played a lot of that a long time ago, but just gotta have the right person to play with. My number 19 is Seven Wonders. It slipped a bit. It used to be top 10 or right around there, but this is high level drafting. And it very well might be. I haven't played it. But I just enjoy the expansions. I like leaders. I like cities. I have not played. I played Babel once. I haven't played Armada. I don't have much desire to. But I like trying to go scientific today or go with military resource generation. There's just lots of different ways to explore in the game, and I like what's there. So that's why Seven Wonders hits my 19th spot.
Cool. What hits my 19th spot is Poisoner's Pour.
Ooh.
This is probably the lightest game on even probably my top 20. Poisoner's Pour is Princess Bride, essentially, where you're playing as far as playing a wine glass. There's different things you can throw in that wine glass, and then it's, do you want to take it or can I take it? And essentially you're trying to poison them enough to kill everyone off except for yourself. You can bribe people, if I remember correctly, to give the glass to somebody else. But that whole back and forth, the different types of drinks that go in there, not just poison or wine. There's some other things in there that kind of screw with it a little bit. Mm-hmm. I've loved the experiences through it. It's such a small package, so it's easy to take anywhere you want. And you can play it with large groups as well, and small groups, it doesn't matter, it still works. So that is Poisoner's Pour.
All right. My 18 is Alhambra. This is one of the few games my mom remembers and will ask to play.
Interesting.
She very rarely does. But it's when she's like, oh yeah, I remember playing Alhambra. Not to make her come across as somebody who forgets stuff, because she doesn't. But she just doesn't remember board games. She's not a gamer. But Alhambra is one of them. She likes it. Alhambra has tiles, and you're playing those tiles into your area. It has money that you're using to buy the tiles. And again, it's simple. It's Ticket to Ride, Carcassonne level of difficulty. But there's just something that works nicely with it. It can play up to 6 people. Don't play it there. I'd probably even say don't play it at 5 people. It's a nice 3-4 player game. Maybe 5. 5 pushes it though. 6, no. Don't do it.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree with that. It's been a while since I played it.
No, it wasn't a good game at 6.
Very
I
bad.
would imagine. I think even 4. I think 4 is probably
You just
best.
get bored.
Yeah.
And nothing's left for you to take that you planned for.
All right, my number 18, Deception: Murder in Hong Kong. So before I played this game, I was curious if another game was going to overtake it once I played the other game. The other game did not, so I will leave that out. Deception: Murder in Hong Kong, very similar to... it's comparable to Clue in the sense of you have specific clues that are given, and you as a team have to figure out what the motive was and what the evidence was and what the weapon was. And each person has 8 cards in front of them for our evidence, for our, weapons per se, maybe something like that. And you're essentially, the one person is trying to give everybody clues on which of those 8 cards in front of each person is the combo that led to the quote-unquote murder. There are special abilities. There's hidden rolls in there to throw people off the scent. But again, it's super fun. Big groups of people. Smaller groups, obviously, the smaller group you have, the less fun it is. I would recommend it as close to max player count as possible to get more discussion happening. But again, a super fun game. I think that's my favorite as far as party game on this list that's left. That is Deception, Murder in Hong Kong.
All right. I was looking at my list and going, wait, where did that fall? And it didn't.
It didn't fall. Interesting.
It didn't make the list. And I'm like, I think it's because I realized I'd probably never be part of a group where I could play it again. Not to say that I wouldn't play it. I would absolutely play it again in a heartbeat. I just don't think I can call it a top 100 game for me if I'm not going to get to play it.
Yeah.
All right. That being said, my number 17 is Ink and Gold.
Diamante.
Diamante. Or Diamante. This is the push your luck game. Because I think everybody understands splitting up loot and then deciding on your own, do you keep going or do you run away with what you got? And you do that for 5 rounds, and whoever's got the most stuff wins. And sometimes never running away is the best thing you can do. At least until you're the last one left, and then you say, okay, now I'm done. It works. But sometimes you gotta know when to run.
And there's really the push to luck games like that are really good in the sense of just the experiences of seeing people just continue to push, and you're like, it's got no. Wait, no?
Yeah.
Wait, 9 cards? No? What?
Dumb luck sometimes.
I was talking to her as you were talking about it. I believe she's played it. I know we played it at her parents' house. I don't know if she jumped in on it. But yeah, it's super good game. I definitely agree with you there. All right, my 17, First and Goal. So highest sports game on my list, I believe. First and Goal is essentially fake football teams, and it's playing a 4-quarter game of football based on a deck of cards that times the game out. So when you get through the deck, that's half. When you get through the deck again, that's game end. And you have a hand of cards. Your player you're playing against has a hand of cards from that deck. They have a defense side and an offense side. And then when you play that card, the other person plays the card as defense. You play the card as offense. And then you look at the cards to see what matches to determine what dice you roll. If you did a pass play, maybe they did a run defense. Well, the dice are going to be better on that because you played the opposite of what the defense was covering for. And you just move the ball up and down the field. Football scores are very similar to actual football scores. It's not super intense like a lot of those sports games get into where they're full simulations. Right. It's super basic. They even have expansions where you can get more pass-centric teams or more defensive-centric teams. But again, really good game, First and Goal. I have yet to win this game in all of the times I've played it, but I still love it. First and Goal.
Yeah. All right. My 16 is Battlestar Galactica, the board game. Yes, it's long, but it is thematic. It tells a story. I often feel like I am reliving events from the show or telling an alternate story of what could have happened in the show. And yeah, the game's very out of print. Very difficult to find. And I hate putting a game like that on my list, but this is one of those games I will never get rid of. If you're around me and you want to play, I am happy to play it. But yeah, Battlestar Galactica is just tense, semi-cooperative, best with 5. Probably only ever want to play it with 5. But yeah, that's Battlestar Galactica.
Cool. All right, my next on the list, number 16, is The Adventures Temple of Chalk. So we talked about it as far as during David's talk through. This is impossible to find. Impossible. So anyone selling it out there, I'd definitely buy it. Relives, basically, I grew up watching Indiana Jones all the time. Reruns, Central. And every time I play it, I get brought back to my childhood watching Indiana Jones. It's so simple that pretty much anyone can pick it up and play it. So again, we talk about theme. I continue to highlight theme. I continue to highlight story. Something that can get my brain into that scenario or that world is going to get me every time, and that is The Adventures Temple of Chalk.
Yeah. All right, my 15 is Azul. And you talked about it. You covered everything. I think we covered it all when we said it. Lots of different versions. They're all excellent for what they do. Very accessible for all kinds of people. I like playing Azul. That's all I got to say there.
All right, we're getting there. Number 14.
No,
15.
You're 15.
Yep. 15. Role player. That tells you that there's still one that is needing to be inserted somewhere.
Yeah.
Number 15 is role player.
Okay.
So role player, they built upon the ground system and just kind of continued to expand based on like fan requests, fan asks. Role players started just with dice placement or dice, I guess, rolling and then figuring out how best to build your character. Essentially, the theme is building your role player for like a role playing scenario. And that's where the game ends. They took expansions and built on. Now you can actually take that role player and fight monsters.
Okay.
And then they built upon that and said, okay, now you could also have partners. So it expanded what you were doing in the game. And now they even brought out the campaign where you can take that specific role player you built in a base game of role player and then bring them into the campaign and go through like a choose your own adventure cooperative campaign. So definitely fun game. I love playing it. I don't play it as much as I'd like to. But again, I love it. Role player.
Okay. My 14, and Guadalupe, don't rush the table, is Potion Explosion.
Oh.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I don't have the same tactical feel because you own the game and I don't.
Yeah.
I'm confined to playing it on the app, but I get to play with the expansion on the app too, with the professors and all kinds of different things. And
Oh, you know I have those.
I didn't,
No
but
comment.
yeah, there's lots of
I'm
different
too tired to
variety
comment.
here. It's there. It is a game I want to buy because I think it will have
We'll
really
give it
good
to you.
play.
That's fine.
Oh, I don't think. Well, we'll talk. Maybe we'll talk off camera. But yeah, I love Potion
No, it's fine.
Explosion.
Corey will be fine.
I love
with
what it adds. I don't have any games like it, so that's why that's on my list.
Cool. My number 14 is Asking for Troubles.
Okay.
So Asking for Troubles is worker placement. I love how it evolves over the course of the game, whereas a lot of worker placements, they have their places you can use your workers, or you can put your workers to get benefits. But it evolves in the course of the game where you have your ship and then you build attachments to that ship, which are going to give you bonuses when you go to specific areas. So I can build my ship to give me major bonuses anytime I go to mine, or I can build my ship to give me major bonuses every time I go to the market. I can build it to do on the market space, do major mining and major whatever. So again, you can really evolve as far as how your character is built out, which then again massively changes how you do the worker placement over the course of the game. That is Asking for Troubles. The artwork is really like hit or miss. Super orange, super blue. Lots of orange and then lots of blue for space, but that can draw people away. But again, I love Asking for Troubles. Number 14.
All right. My 13 is Seven Wonders Duel.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Seven Wonders was 19. Duel is 13.
Close together.
They're close, but I do like Duel more. It's, I feel it's a tighter game. It came out later. It's an evolution of the system. I like that there's insta-win conditions. I mean, I felt that was necessary in a 2-player game. But I like that you have to be at least okay in science and okay in military so that you don't lose the game. And it's just kind of that long-term, you can play for the long, you can play for the insta-win, but you're sacrificing maybe the long game. There's just different ways to go about stuff. So I like Duel. I like it a fair bit.
All right. My number 13 is Quad Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
So number 13, Quad Heroes. Quad Heroes is sandbox in the sense of you can play you can play a race game, or you can play, and the race game is a race game for everybody, or it's pick up and deliver for everybody. And so they have a scenario book where you choose, do I want to do a pick up and deliver scenario? Do I want to do a race game? Do I want to do a battle game? However I want to do it. And it's basically cubes that have they're cube people. So your board will have a face, it'll have the feet, it'll have the right arm, left arm, it'll have the head, and anytime you move, you roll the cube, and then whatever is face up after you roll it one time, that is the action or special ability you get based on your player board. Maybe your feet are jump, and if you roll it from the back upwards and now the feet are up, now you actually get to jump an extra space. So you're rolling those cubes around the board. Super cute artwork and stuff as far as the colors and the cartoony stuff. And I just like the variety as far as what you have within Quad Heroes. So that is number 13?
Yeah.
Quad Heroes.
Okay. My number 12 is Alien Frontiers. So everything we talked about a long time ago about when you said Alien Frontiers, but dice placement, worker placement's been a theme tonight, but dice placement too, because worker placement, you control those workers, but dice placement, you got to deal with what the dice show you. So lots there. I like the unpredictability of it and having to adapt on the fly.
Cool. My number 12, Article 27,
Oh.
the UN Security Council game. Almost the longest longest title on this list. So just like you were saying, I love the as far as the bribing and the manipulation and the conversations that happen as you try to get people to do what's going to be best for you, and what's going to help you best as a person within the UN Security Council. That is, again, everything that David said are all the things I enjoy, but just more. As far as I enjoy it more, obviously it's higher on my list. That is UN Security Council, Article 27.
Okay. My number 11 is Shadows over Camelot. When you knew it was going to make the list.
Yeah, I know. I forgot it hadn't made it already.
Oh. Well, there you go. But yeah, I understand your complaints. It can overstay its welcome. But this is also a game I've done play-by-forum stuff with it. I had a group of friends in college. We would play it a fair bit. It's just the intrigue that can happen there. Sometimes we get in a rut of always doing the same stuff. But even then, there's always... Maybe we start the same, but then it just goes off the rails and goes in different directions. I really like what Shadows does. It feels thematic to Arthurian lore. And I think that, it was an early semi-cooperative game. There's better ways to handle traders now. But it still works. It's still a fun game. And I really enjoy what it brings.
Cool. All right, my number 11. Growing up, I did not mention one game as far as in the Balderdash and all those ones specifically for this reason. And that was Risk. We used to play, my brother, myself, and my uncle used to play Risk during that, in the breaks between the hand and foot and the Balderdash and the Carcassonne, we would have Risk set up at a separate table. We would come back over the course of the entire Thanksgiving weekend and finish it by the end of the weekend. It's not Risk, it's actually going to be, for me, Spheres of Influence, Struggle for Global Supremacy, which is essentially Risk advanced. I like the combat system a lot more. I like the initiative system a lot more.
Yes.
You're all different factions, real world factions, and you need oil, which benefits you in one specific way. You need obviously troops, which benefits you in another way. The more oil you have, I think, is the more initiative tokens you get, or initiative cards you get within the deck. You shuffle that, and then that plays out who goes first, who goes second, who goes third. So you can never really plan 100% how you're going to do things. But you can know David just put in 2 cards, and his 2 cards are already out, so he has no way to defend himself because he's already done all his actions. Again, I like that back and forth with Spheres of Influence, and I keep coming back to it each and every time. I wish they had more like add-ons after the fact, but they've done expansions. It's been around for a while now. But yeah, I really love that game. It brings me back to my childhood. Spheres of Influence, Struggle for Global Supremacy.
All right. And now the top 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my number 10, and Cory may strangle me now. Star Trek Attack Wing. Yeah. No, legit, I have not played a game of this in 2 years.
How's everything going tonight? Are you okay?
No.
Fine.
You chose Potion Explosion over
So
Power
all
Rangers.
your arguments about my channel being built on it and all this, it's like...
His channel's the shipyard.
Yeah, it's soon to be rebranded.
98% are Star Trek Attack Wing reviews on ships and gameplay videos and all of that stuff.
Look, you can make content for something and still think it's your 10th favorite game.
I'm curious if his 9th favorite game will be on one channel or one video in his entire channel. If his 8th will, if his 7th will, if his 6th will, if his 5th will, if his 4th will, if his 3rd will, if his 2nd will, and his first
soon to be.
Okay. So we'll just stop there. Go ahead. Say what you want.
No, that's fine. I think my channel speaks for itself with what I have to say about Attack Wing. All right, go ahead. You're number 10.
There you go. It's a good game. I've only played it a couple times.
Yeah, and that was like scenario play.
Yeah. All right, my number 10, 1960.
Oh, that made it.
No, Campaign Trail.
Oh, okay.
So I mentioned this. I hinted at this earlier when I was talking about Heroes Wanted. Build your own kind of thing. Campaign Trail I love because you're not restricted to being Nixon or Kennedy. You're a nameless libertarian or nameless Republican, nameless Democrat, nameless whatever. And each of those nameless, well actually they are named. One of them may be the rich one. One of them may be the unconsidered, right? Like they have different terms.
Okay.
And each of those president types have a female side and a male side. They both have their own, all of them have their own special ability that helps them. And it's essentially identical to Making of a President in the sense of mechanics, which is area control and kind of negotiations for that area control as you play out which states are going to vote for you in the presidential election. I just love it more because I'm not restricted to... I talked about history, how I love history, but I like how I get to build my own history.
Revisionist history.
Correct.
No, I get that. It makes sense.
Campaign Trail is going to be number 10.
Okay. My number 9, Ticket to Ride.
Okay.
Because of all the different maps, all the different versions that exist, primarily it's US, Europe, Switzerland, and Nordic for me.
Okay.
Though I have been privileged to play the Markland edition, which is the Germany map that's now fully accessible, but it also had passengers, which the new Germany doesn't, and really cool train cards. I also have...
Take a ride.
Yeah. But Ticket to
That's
Ride,
my favorite out of all.
yeah, Ticket to Ride's just a great,
Really, it's your favorite.
very accessible. I was a train junkie as a kid.
There you go.
I had K gauge car, Lionel K line trains and all that. Would have this set up at Christmas time. So having a really good train game, very accessible train game.
Yeah,
makes it fun.
easy to teach anyone.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, my number 9 is Wander, the Cult of Barnacle Bay. Is my number 9. So this is you see here. You probably, I mean, you made the face when I said probably Cult of Barnacle Bay, because I know you guys aren't so much about aren't so much about the like the horror side of things, but picture Zombicide. But instead, your animals. So your animals that essentially are trying to fight back the cult. I forget the main villain essentially changed sharks to now they're bear sharks. Changed rabbits to now they're tentacle rabbits. Changed rats to now be fish rats. And armadillos to be armadillo crabs or something along those lines. So he meshed a water animal with a land animal. And you, as regular animals that weren't cursed, are now having to fight those enemies. Okay. So you could be a fox, or you could be a turtle, or you could be whatever.
Beast of balance on steroids.
You have the same. You have the same types of mechanics as Zombicide as far as your trying to go through this and fight back these enemies. The thing I like about this more is the exploding dice. They have exploding dice. Oh, yeah. So you get to do more and more damage if you keep getting the crit symbol.
Expensive to replace, though.
Yeah, they're super expensive to replace. But the artwork I love that it's a choose your own adventure. So you play over the course of, you can play single sets of scenarios, or you can play it over the course of a campaign where you finish the thing and then you have 3 choices on which scenario you want to do next. You go to that scenario, it takes you to the board for that scenario, you do it, and then you go to the next one, have 3 choices, and you go until you fight the final boss. Elder Bane is his name. Okay. So that is Wander, the Cult of Barnacle Bay. Awesome game. Love it way more than Zombicide.
Cool. All right, my number 8 is Kingsburg.
Okay.
So it just edges out Alien Frontiers in terms of dice placement, but I think, well, I'm committing to telling you that Kingsburg is the better game, at least out of the box. Alien Frontiers with expansions might edge it out, but I don't always feel like expansion should be necessary to make that happen. And Kingsburg, with what it has, and I guess it does have expansion, at least has modules to make it happen. It's easier that way. You're still rolling dice, you're placing those dice, but I guess there's more player interaction, which makes it seem more interesting that way. And there's like event decks, and there's you can have alternate advisors which change what resources you're picking up from different numbers, and lots of different changes that exist there. So yeah, Kingsburg, my number 8.
Cool. My number 8, Agents of Smersh.
Figured it would be up.
David mentioned that. I think it used to be in my top 3 years ago, but Agents of Smersh, the storytelling in it, the book that you mentioned, the random encounters in that book that can make you laugh, can make you be like, wait, what? As you go through it. Similar system as like Pandemic, if people played that, in the sense of how you move through the board and you're fighting back specific things. With the map, the new edition has the Swagman Hope added to it, the Australia automatically added to it. Makes it more user-friendly, I guess. But yeah, that's going to be, as far as my number 8, Agents of Smersh.
Awesome. My number 7 is Pandemic. Pandemic Legacy 0, 1, 2. Toss it all in there.
So combining it Pandemic as
Yeah.
well.
I want to combine regular Pandemic with Pandemic Legacy.
Okay. That's great. I mean, okay, Pandemic plus Legacy 1, at least to start, is basically the same game. I get it. 0 and 2 are very different. But otherwise, my top 20 is full of Pandemic and Legacies, and that's just feels redundant.
I wanted to separate it necessarily 1, 2, and 0.
I like
Anyways.
Legacy more than Pandemic, but I would maybe group them together. Maybe.
Yeah, I like Legacy more than I like.
Okay, I've grouped them all together. That was my list, my
Yeah.
choice. It's there.
Yeah, make your own list.
Yeah, make your own list. So, Pandemic co-op
That's right.
game. Don't do what they're saying with the Cody does, where he kit bashes it. No, it's like a game is a game for a reason. Otherwise, it's a homebrew, which is fine. You can homebrew stuff, but don't call it the original game. Yeah, play Pandemic Legacy. They're all great stories.
Don't
think-
play them all back to back. I
No,
do not
don't
recommend that.
give yourself some breathing
Been
time
there, done
between
that.
seasons. But yeah, that's Pandemic.
Awesome. My number 7. Marvel Champions, the card game. So Marvel Champions, a card game, LCG, light collectible card game.
That's only 7? That's only 7?
That's number 7, yeah. So I own everything that has been printed to this date. I have it all mastered out in its own storage box. I even had it stole out of my car, and I had one expansion with like some of the booster hero packs in it and like one campaign in it, and went and rebought everything, including the $90 storage pack that I had bought before. So somebody stole it out of my car. Hopefully, if anyone's watching YouTube and they see something randomly pop up on eBay, they let him know in the comments. That would be awesome. But yeah, it's a really fun game. It's very lengthy, which
Feel free to take it.
if it was a quicker game, it'd probably be closer to 1. But it is pretty lengthy, and there's a lot that goes into it to learn each and every character. I've only played probably 9 of the 40 characters they have at this point. So you really got to play a character and play that character multiple times to really figure out how they work. So
Yeah, you need at least 2 plays per character.
but yeah, I love that
Probably
game. It's
more.
beasted out. I got my villain thing with the Hydra symbol on it, and I got my hero one with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol on it. Really fun game. That is Marvel Champions, the card game.
All right, number 6, The Quacks of Quedlinburg.
Interesting.
Well, okay, I'm a deck builder junkie. A bag builder just made sense. Again, it's fairly accessible, but I like that out of the box you have 4 different gameplays or ways to play the game. Add in expansions, you're up to 6 plus different ideas. And I went out and bought the plastic Bake-like tokens from Board Game Geek and made it so the game will basically last forever. And, yeah, lots there. The event deck really makes that.
Oh
feel
yeah,
awesome.
I love clocks.
But yeah.
Cool. All right, my number 6, Stockpile.
Okay.
So stock market game. As far as on that one, there's multiple stock market games out there, but this is a newer one. They had it and then they reprint it later on. I got in on the reprint. As far as trying to bid on specific areas that are give you decks of cards where you have partial knowledge of those cards, and then that's going to help you shift the market in specific ways that are going to help you earn money or victory points, or lose money, victory points. So very guessy, where you have to really guess how your other players are playing and what they're doing, as well as really strategical, where you can really bluff some people by showing them a great card but providing 2 horrible cards underneath that to entice them into bidding everything into that one deck and then being disappointed. The games that you can play as far as in that game are amazing. and they have an app too, which I play as well. So Stockpile as I believe number 6.
Yep.
That's it.
All right. My number 5 is Dominion, the grandfather of deck building. And still putting out new stuff.
Jeez.
And new innovative stuff. But, yeah, just lots going on with Dominion. Still pay attention to the new stuff coming out. Haven't bought all of it. Trying to catch up bit by bit. And they keep doing like upgrade packs for older stuff to kind of fine tune. Say, that card was there, but now it's not nearly as fun. It messes with people, so let's not have that in anymore. And let's do these instead because they're more fun. So yeah, Dominion, my number 5.
It kind of runs into the problem with Marvel Champions where it's almost too much.
Yeah.
That it discourages the play.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely. I played that a couple times. I like other deck builders more. But my number 5, Onitama.
Okay.
So you mentioned it as far as the rotating through cards. The back and forth, super simple. I like its simplicity more than Duke because of its simplicity. But it's scary simplicity. Not scary. It's hidden. I guess expertise or exactly.
It's nuanced.
Yes. So really like that game, Onitama. I will continue to play that game, and it'll stay in my collection for a very long time. It'll probably stay in my top 100 my entire life.
I remember after the first time you showed me that game, I went home and I just kept thinking about it.
Yeah.
And
really
that's the mark of a good game.
Yep. It's really good. So I hope they come out with more cards, more expansions and stuff. So that's my number 5, Onitama.
All right, my number 4 is Marvel United.
Okay, that just fell off my top 100 when I shifted some stuff in.
Yeah. All right, so that is the game that I may look back on in a few years and either be very grateful or regret purchasing it all.
I invested a lot of time in it.
Yeah. So between my wife literally starting a business painting my set plus another person's set and now getting into the whole miniature painting. Check out Brush Up Your Game, by the way. But beyond that, it's a fun game. It's a simple game, but it's a fun game. And, I mean, goodness, we're at 206 figures. Lots of heroes, over 40 villains, or something right about 40 villains. There's just a ton of content. And I don't really see how I'm ever going to get bored with the game. Even once I've played with every hero and against every villain, I'll still want to play different combinations from time to time. And try out different things.
All right. My number 4 is D-Day Dice. Another Yahtzee-esque type game, thematic towards World War II. Trying to progress up specific patches of the battlefield using the dice combos that you've rolled. And it's all fully cooperative. There are ways you can make it not fully cooperative, as far as in the expansions and all of that stuff. They have water contents. They have all kinds of different things. They even have a follow-up where you get to the bunker, which is normally how you would win the game. And then they follow it up with where now you don't win the game, you progress into progressing through the bunker, which is kind of cool too. So really like as far as the simplicity of the dice rolling and what they do for you as a unit or as a army, as well as the historical side of it. That is D-Day Dice, number 4.
Okay. My number 3 is Gravwell, 2nd edition. I know, but
that was my 50-something.
I think it was lower.
Oh yeah, it was close to 100.
Yeah. But Gravwell shot way up with that 2nd edition. Gravwell is a game where you're trying to escape the pull of a black hole, get out to the outer reaches, and you play cards that move you. That should be very simple. But cards move you not forwards or backwards, but they move you towards or away from the closest ship. And then there's cards that move everyone towards you and move everyone away from you. There's just a lot going on. There are power cards that you can get access to by doing certain things, and just a lot going on in the game. I really enjoy it. There are times, actually here's the best quote I can give you from one of Mandy's cousins. I hate this game, let's play again. Because it's frustrating, but it's fun, and it gets under your skin, and you just want to play it again because you're like, if only I had done that thing instead, and if it had worked my way, I would have been fine. And then you realize that's what everybody's thinking.
Yeah.
And
good.
Well,
for our top 100s.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. My number 2 is...
3?
Sorry, 3 is Flashpoint Fire Rescue.
Okay.
So
knew that was coming.
This used to be my number 1 game all the time. It's not so much anymore. I have every expansion. It's in a nice little wooden box over there.
Yeah.
About theme. And it plays the firefighter theme better than most games playing other themes that I've ever played. And it's very like nitty gritty. It can be very difficult. You can ratchet up the difficulty, bring down the difficulty, use your special abilities, swap in fire captain with a truck driver as far as fire truck driver, bring in the paramedic and swap out the as far as demolisher. To make sure you have the best set of team or the best team to accomplish that task before the fire demolishes the house. So rolling dice, adding fire, moving, doing your actions, saving actions if you need to, you mentioned that, and trying to put out the fire just to be able to get yourself to these hidden people that you're trying to rescue. They may be people, they may be a false alarm. And then collect or rescue so many people over the course of the game before the fire collapses the building. So, really fun game. That is Flashpoint Fire Rescue.
Definitely enjoy it.
Top 2.
All right. My number 2 is Space Base.
Interesting.
This was the Machikoro killer.
Yeah.
And it checks all the boxes for me. It's space. It has like these mini campaigns built into the expansions, because most expansions just hand you a bunch of stuff and a rule book and say go. This hands you a rule book, but it gives you a story to go with it, so you're unlocking expansion stuff piecemeal and by playing games. So it forces you to play the game, and you could open everything up and just play it, and that would be fine. So it doesn't force you, but it allows you to play it and get exposed to it bit by bit and actually enjoy the content rather than just add it all in. And I think, but that's an expansion. The base game has a ton of replayability in there. I went out and bought promos for it because they change some of the victory point cards at the end that you can purchase, and it just creates some different experiences you can have with the game. It's tableau building, so if you really focus on 5s, again, I'll use 5s. Every time you buy a 5 card, you take the old 5 and replace it. So now when anytime anyone else rolls a 5, you're getting those benefits instead of only when you roll something. Mm-hmm. So you just keep getting more powerful, and you kind of get to decide how you're going to alter your board state. So really, really love Space Base.
All right. Can anyone guess my number 2?
Ooh.
You can guess my number 2?
I mean, I think I know your number 1. But I'm not sure I know 2.
I thought I knew you, but I don't know you.
Oh, okay. Dice Throw, number 2.
Yeah.
So Dice Throne number 2, we talked about like a lot of Yahtzee type stuff. This is Yahtzee Battle. Did you have Dice Throne on there? Did we already talk
but I said we'd talk about it later.
Okay.
Because I was almost certain it was on your list.
So Dice Throne is Yahtzee Battle. There's like 30 characters or so in the game. 8? So 10 in the first season, another 8 or 10 in the second season. Then they had the Dice Throne Adventures, and then they did Marvel Dice Throne. So it's about 25 to 28 characters in the game. You have Marvel Dice Throne, which is Marvel characters, 8 of them, and then you have a bunch of other ones, witches and pirates and barbarians and all kinds of stuff. You have a deck of cards that you play to upgrade your hero. You roll Yahtzees or try to roll Yahtzees. Your board has what action you get for a 3 of a kind, what action you get for a full house, and you go through it basically trying to damage the other characters until you're the last one standing. Really, really fun game. Really high variability and high as far as fun and angst and stuff as you're rolling it, trying to get what you need to, and then all of a sudden investing everything and missing one roll. Super fun game in that sense, and I can see tournaments, I can see all kinds of stuff with that growing the further it goes. So that is number 2, Dice Throne.
All right. My number 1, you know it. You hate it. It was on your list. You don't hate it. Cosmic Encounter. All right, look, I am actively playing play-by-forum games of Cosmic Encounter.
Shipyard's still a shipyard, and there's still no Cosmic Encounter on the shipyard at all.
I really need to fix that. But yeah, there are plans.
There's like 80 plus aliens, and you haven't thought to...
80?
There's like 180 plus aliens.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is why the game will never be the same. Yeah, I finally opened every expansion. I've been not opening Cosmic Storm.
It's fun. Cosmic is fun. I'll give you that. I just give you crap because it's your number 1 when your entire channel and all of your reviews are Star Trek Attack.
I found a market.
That's funny.
You give the people what they want. They weren't clamoring for me to talk about Cosmic.
We'll see.
Anyway.
See what happens. Yeah, it's a really good game. High variability, just like you said.
I guess that's my thing. I like having a system, but every game within the system is going to be different. Yeah. And I think that is a consistent thing in my top 4 at the very least. Is Cosmic, Gravwell. Yeah, Cosmic, Gravwell, Space Base, and Marvel United are all a system that you get to play in. And every game is going to feel anywhere from a little, like Gravwell, to a lot, Cosmic, Marvel, different every time you play.
Cool. My number 1, we cooked some food tonight to kind of replicate what my number 1 was. I kind of inserted that in there. You cooked some food.
Yeah, Monopoly, the rich house and the poor house.
Yep, basically. No, it's going to be Too Many Bones. I can't get enough of Too Many Bones. They released their final expansion for it, which is sad.
So they say.
Variability on the game as far as characters with like 20 plus characters and how every character is 100% completely different. Yeah. Dice building as far as each of them has 16 dice. And those dice have specific things that you roll. You get points to buy the dice to then upgrade your character, and you're playing through a story till you get to a villain. It's a super long game. If you're playing with people who haven't had experience with their characters as they learn them. But just playing through that system as far as the steps and following them, I need to get better at not playing the same characters I'm good at, so I can play more and experiment with more. They just came out with one called a Riffle, who's like he comes out once every 6 months. And they release him on the store for like 2 days, and then he goes back into hiding.
Okay.
And it's based on like follows of videos or watching videos that once they get to the threshold, he comes out, and you can buy him for like 2 days, and then he goes away. And he's basically he has a deck of cards like poker cards, so it's based on poker. Almost completely different mechanics, just like every single one of them. They even have coffee grounds that I'm thinking about buying. They have coasters. They have all kinds of stuff. But yeah, Too Many Bones, I love the variability. I love the story that's behind it. Even though it's long, I don't mind getting it out, even though it takes long to set up and tear down. Some of the storage solutions that they've done, spent $90 on the storage solution or whatever it was. That's one of the most beautiful storage solutions I've ever seen.
It is.
The puzzles that the publishers do as you go through the campaigns, I mean, it's amazing. So my number one, Too Many Bones.